Are we live? Are we live? Gonna be taking a look to see. Are we live? Gonna be taking a look. Yeah, we are live. Just gonna be checking around to see how many individuals that are gonna be popping into this stream. It's gonna be fixing here just a bit. I have no idea how many people are gonna be present in this particular live stream, since a lot of people seem to be streaming at the same time. So I am gonna be thankful to everybody that is gonna be a part of this live stream. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the live commentary of King of the Table 14. I am your host, Christian Krigeviklund, and you are watching a live commentary only. And what I mean by that is it's no official footage here at all. So if you are here to be looking for that, go somewhere else. But if you... the link to the actual stream is on the... Now let's see. Is in the pinned comment on this live stream. So if you just click on the link, it will take you to the where you can buy the membership, and then you can buy it and watch it with the rest of us. So yeah, it's gonna be a really fun event, and a lot of amazing matches is gonna be part on that specific card as well. And a few of them are Vitaly Laletin versus Michael Todd, Todd Hutchings versus Rustam Babayev, Genadi Kvinkvinia versus Sagov, Makarov versus Prokopchuk, Matushenko versus Kalinichenko, Linn versus Samushia. I'm just gonna be shifting around here so you can see. Blonsky versus Saranov, Sagov versus Adair, Brisson versus Vaitkute, Chikadze versus Matt Mask, Marharint versus Adair, or Lachlan, and Tavberidze versus Tautiev. If I am not mistaken, that match is gonna be the opening match of this amazing card. Oh man, I cannot wait to get started with this type of live commentary, because the absolute freaking energy that I'm gonna be getting from this particular event is gonna be absolutely mega! Absolutely mega! So let's see who is here in the chat. Now let's see. And my camera seems to have got enough. Now let's see. So weird that your camera has... Oh, there we go. Alright, now let's see. Danilo is in the chat. How are you doing, brother? Hope that you are having a great time or great day, night, depending on where you are in this green-blue world. So, for all the 6 concurrent viewers that is in the chat, tell me where you are from, so we can get started with a nice conversation. People might not believe me, but since people seems to believe that we people with autism or autistic spectrum are really not so great conversationalists, but luckily for you guys, I'm a great conversationalist. So 6 concurrent viewers and 5 likes. I believe that we can get this live stream to over 25 likes before the event itself is gonna be starting. And I have a great feeling that this event is gonna be absolutely amazing to be a part of. Fabrizio Money is in the chat. Hi, good evening. Good evening to you as well. Hope that you are having a great day, night, or whatever, wherever you are in this green, blue world. So now let's see what the matches is gonna be like. I have a feeling I did see where the match order is gonna be like. So just gonna be searching around while I am entertaining you guys with. I think I saw a post that Linn was doing or sharing. Ah, here we go. Open and shut. There we go. So the match order is gonna be something like this. And Georgi Tautiev versus Tavberidze is gonna be your first match. Petro Marharint versus Adair is gonna be your second match. Georgi Saranov versus Kamilya Blonsky is gonna be your third. Matt Mask versus Nugo Chikadze is gonna be the fourth. Darikian Svetkov 5. Matoshenko Kalinishenko 6. Vaitkute Brisson 7. Linn Samushia 8. Kvinkvinia Sagov 9. Makarov Prokopchuk 10. Hutchings Babayev 11. And Michael Todd versus Vitaly Laletin, which is gonna be the last match of this card. So, and also if you're curious of when the event is gonna be starting, the event is gonna be starting in 51 minutes. The event is gonna be starting in 51 minutes. So if you haven't already, be sure to get the pay-per-view so you can watch it with all of us. Now let's see, I'm gonna be shifting it around so I can see who is popped in here in the chat. 8 concurrent viewers and 5 likes. And now 6 likes. Wow! Woohoo! Haha! I have the greatest audience in the world! Haha! Let's see. I feel Todd will manage to stop Laletin and drain his power. Yeah, I do hope at the end of the day that Michael Todd is slowing down Vitaly Laletin and will make this an amazing super match. But the only question is, can he deal with the massive lever that Vitaly Laletin possesses? And if he can put the brakes on with somebody that is hitting that hard. But in that match, I do hope that Michael Todd is gonna be able to bring this one home. But if I had a gun to my head and was forced to pick one that I was believing they were gonna be winning, my pick would be Vitaly Laletin. But then again, if I'm proven wrong, then I'm proven wrong. It's just a prediction. It's not like that you wake up the next morning and you have leprosy or something. And how have I prepared myself for this particular match? For the 12 concurrent viewers that are in this chat. Thank you to be popping in to this live commentary. It is always nice when people are tuning in to a live commentary in the caliber that I'm doing. So thank you. So I have gotten myself some candy over here. and some, let's see, nacho chips, a nice cup of coffee from my favorite mug, and the obligatory one, some beer. Now let's see. Sure, Laletin could win, but as I said, it is just my prediction on who I believe is gonna be the favorite in this particular match. I do, as I said previously, I do hope that Michael Todd is gonna be winning in this particular match, because the dream of facing Levan Saganashvili really outweighs his disgust for losing, in my opinion. But then again, a lot is on the line when it comes to facing the Mount Everest of arm wrestling that is Levan Saganashvili. And Michael Todd needs, and I need to stretch that out, he really needs to beat Vitaly Laletin, because if he comes up short on this, he really can, that will be a devastating loss if Michael Todd comes up short when it comes to beating the titan that is Vitaly Laletin. Sebastian, Hermes versus Levan rematch prediction. If that match is gonna be happening, which will be happening this year in June, if I'm not mistaken, I do honestly believe if Levan Saganashvili have not improved on dealing with a press that is, or the awkward pressure that Hermes Gasparini is gonna be bringing, Hermes has a shot in actually getting a win against Levan Saganashvili. He may be not winning the entire super match, but I have a feeling that Hermes Gasparini will officially be the one to actually get a pin against Levan Saganashvili if he is able to put the brakes on while having his pronator intact. Instead of being like this, he's more like this, turning this way with the amount of back pressure that he is gonna be bringing to this particular match. And by the way, guys, we are 16 concurrent viewers and 8 likes. So if 16 of you people are pushing the like button, we are getting to 24 likes, which is like 1 like away to getting to 25 likes. So we are trying to push this live stream into the algorithm of YouTube. So if you would be so kindly spam that like button so we can get this one boosted in the algorithm. Come on, guys, I know you can do it. Thank you very much. So hopefully that answer your question, Sebastian. Devon versus Vitaly prediction. The obligatory match that will be happening either way. If Vitaly Laletin swoops Michael Todd, it's gonna be a really rough day for Devon Larat. But if it turns out to be a grinding career-ending death war, if I'm gonna be borrowing that particular phrase from the fat lad himself, Neil Pickup, I can see that Devon Larat might have a shot on beating Vitaly Laletin. But who knows? Maybe Devon Larat is gonna be beating him regardless of the outcome of this particular match. But then again, all we can do before that match actually happens is that we can only speculate on what is how the actual outcome of a match that has not happened yet on the particular circumstances of that entire match all on its own. Yay! Rustam will beat Todd once again. Maybe, maybe not. But if Toddzilla can put the brakes on Rustam Babayev, I have a feeling that Babayev is gonna be in massive trouble. Absolutely massive trouble. Because Rustam Babayev do not want to be in a career-ending death war against the Toddzilla of arm wrestling that is Todd Hutchings. And that, of course, is just my opinion. If that match is gonna be in the prediction that I think, then that is how I think it's gonna go. But I have Todd Hutchings to be the favorite against Rustam Babayev merely on the accolades that Todd Hutchings has been able to do for the past few years. But then again, I might be wrong. I might just be wrong. Who do you favor, Michael or Vitaly? I might put on a little or a poll here. Todd versus Vitaly. Let's see what all of you guys are gonna be feeling or believing. Alright, I have created a poll, so we just have to wait and see now how each and every one of you is voting on this particular poll. Michael, I think I said my prediction on the match. If the match stops, then it's gonna be in massive favor for Monster Michael Todd. But if Vitaly Laletin figures out how to deal with the King's move properly, then I do believe that Vitaly Laletin is gonna be the winner in this match. Because I've picked Vitaly Laletin to be the winner in this match. But I will be happy to be proven wrong if the monster gets out of the bed and come out to play. Monsters Inc. style. 16 concurrent viewers and 10 likes. This is really good odds so far. Really good odds. It's amazing that you guys are tuning in to Sweden Arm Wrestling Television. Thank you very much for this honorable moment. Thank you. So if you haven't already, spam that like button so we can get this live stream boosted in the algorithm. Come on guys, I'll believe that we can get to 25 likes before the event itself is gonna be starting. And just for reminding you guys, in 40 minutes, the event King of the Table 14 is gonna be available for all of us. So you have 40 minutes to get the pay-per-view and seeing this awesome event with all of us. Absolutely amazing with this live event that we are gonna be witnessing. That's gonna be checking out here a bit. Do you think Hermes will cut down to 115 kilos if he lose against Levant because Devon said he might? If Devon says so, then that's the law. Yeah, I believe that Adamas is gonna be remaining in the super heavyweights just because that most of the money is being paid or so. But if he chooses to go down to 115, that will open a lot of possibilities for him. But under 115 kilograms, I think Adamas is gonna be having a bit of a field day with most of the names that are on that roster. But we will see. We will see. Prayagrai Sharma. Ah! Concrete elbow. Concrete elbow. How are you doing, brother? You seem to be making your channels all over the place. Is it due to the shadow banning that your channel is not doing so well? Hopefully your third channel is getting a lot more traction. Sebastian, how much a super heavyweight athlete gets paid per match? I really have no idea. I'm just speculating, talking right out of my ass. I really don't know exactly how much they are getting paid. But of course, maybe they do get paid some things, but of course the Laletin is gonna be the most paid one out of all of them. Oh, Constipated Devon. I love your stuff, man. I've seen a lot of your stuff on Instagram, TikTok. The amount of videos is really, really good that you have been making. So really, really awesome that you are here in this live stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But I will show you. The event itself is going to be starting at 6:45 p.m., which is like European time or something like that. But if you check on your own time zone, you can see that it is starting in 36 minutes. The event itself is going to be starting in 35 minutes. So you can prepare this snack, drink, coffee, tea, or maybe take a piss or maybe take a shit before you are making yourself ready to be watching this awesome King of the Table event with all of us. Anticipate. Sebastian. Constipation is the key to winning arm wrestling. Yeah. Or the constipation Devon is the key to get the win in arm wrestling. IKR. Devon Laratashvili. The amount of creative troll names that are out there is really... some of them are really, really funny to read sometimes. gonna do a 35-minute leg day. Are you crazy? 35 minutes? Are you gonna do a 35 minutes leg day when most arm wrestlers do not even train legs? What's wrong with you, man? What's wrong with you? But if you can turn that to a arm workout, that all the better. Vitaly Flashpinashvili. Man, oh man. You are getting really creative here. Levan Oxygenashvili. Man, there you are. Hermes Pepperoni. Hermes Pepperoni. Or however they are singing. Hermes Pastarini. Man, oh man, oh man. You definitely know how to entertain a live commentator in the fashion that you are doing. Just keep it up. I'm just having a great laugh. By the way, guys, cheers, or as we say in Sweden, skål! Skål, skål, skål. Really quality stuff. The amount of amazing beer that you can drink doing a live commentary such as this one is a magnitude quality. And it's also fascinating when you are flapping around with your hand like this. It's like your inner Italian can really bring out the inner pasta, meatballs, and all of that shit. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Oh, Hermes. Hermes, grasp my weenie. I read it now. I read it now, man. I am so sorry that I did not read that meme name. How could I? You should sue me, man. Quality, which beer is that? I think it's called Eriksberg. It's I think it is a Swedish type of beer. This one, and this is one of my favorite beers that I usually take whenever I'm on vacation or just taking it with a great meal. It's really, really delicious. Where am I from? I am from a small town in Sweden called Storuman. And in my own hometown, we have the only arm wrestling gymnasium throughout Scandinavia. I am not exaggerating when I'm saying this. We have the only arm wrestling gymnasium in Scandinavia, maybe even Europe. So I am really, really proud to have the arm wrestling gymnasium in my own hometown. Mostly thanks to Heidi Andersson and my club, Överumans Armsport, to be able to make this happen. That's an actual real account. Really? Hermes grasps my win. Wow. Either that guy is a massive fan on almost to a OF type of level, or he just wants to try to piss Hermes off in some weird way. Hate, love, love, hate, I don't know. But at the end of the day, it's really, really funny. Dude's fun. Thank you. I'm trying my best to be as entertaining as possible for the 11 awesome individuals that are a part of this amazing chat. You have been subscribed for a while. That means that you are quality. The quality that you are possessing is absolutely magnificent. Mwah. And by the way, guys, we are 20 concurrent viewers and 15 likes. How is that possible? Impossible! So if you haven't already, be sure to spam that like button so we can get this one to over 25 likes. I do believe that before the event itself are starting, we can get this live stream to over 25 likes. And why I am shouting that like I am some fucking prostitute for likes, it's because this will enable this live stream to get boosted in the algorithm. So if you definitely will do that, it will be highly appreciated. Prostitute for likes. I need to write that stuff down, man. I need to write that stuff down. Absolutely. Hermes was a quarry mine worker. Real hard working duties. Yeah, if it's somebody that has a lion's heart, that it's definitely Hermes Gasparini. Since I do believe that he is one of the candidates to be able to beat Levon Saginashvili, although it is gonna be a career-ending death war if he is putting the brakes on the Mount Everest of arm wrestling that is Levon Saginashvili. But then again, I do hope that the match is gonna be a career-ending death war, because I predict that that match is gonna be breaking the fucking internet. I am not kidding when I'm saying that. Heart says Michael Todd. Brain says Vitaly. Yeah, same. Agree with you there, Pupper. Agree with you there. Yoda Larrat for the win. Man, she is kicking the ass on everybody involved. Devil Larrat might be one of the best in the world, but who is the best in the world is Jody Larrat. Even Levon Saginashvili is being submissive to the wife of Devil Larrat. If they would have an arm wrestling match, Levon Saginashvili would just lay down and just taking the defeat like a man. And they just go up to Devil Larrat afterwards like, Devon, you owe me money. SAK Viking Power Challenge. What do you think about the Devon versus Hermes before facing Levon? Thank you for the excellent channel, bro. Yep. Thank you for your heartwarming words. The support that you are giving me is absolutely fantastic. Let's see. What do I think about Devon versus Hermes? I don't think that match is gonna be happening before facing Levon, because since Demolaret is having his eyes locked on Vitaly Laletin, judging from all of the videos that I have been seeing of him lately. I don't think that is gonna be happening anytime soon, but if that were to happen, it will be an even better match than the one that we were looking at before. Because now Adair has developed his press and is a lot more comfortable with how to use it and deal with awkward styles that he is not used to be dealing with. So I do believe that Adair has increased his chances of beating Devon. But if that is gonna be going all the way to the top, we just have to wait and see. So hopefully that is answering your question, Viking Power Challenge. And thank you a lot for that amazing comment. It is really appreciated. It's gonna be checking to see if everything is going well. Gonna be sharing the stream on my Discord, so my audience can know that I will be streaming. Okay, getting up with the general. Let's see there. All right. Now let's see. Who is in the chat still? Adair will win the Devon rematch. Yep, he is the favorite to be winning that match if that match were to happen. 16 concurrent viewers, 16 likes. 50-50? 50-50? Like that amazing movie called the 50-50. Really good odds. Really good odds. We are, let's see, 21 minutes away. And I do believe that we are going to be reaching that goal of 25 likes before the event itself is going to be starting. So if you haven't already, be sure to spam that like button away so we can get this live stream to over 25 likes. I know we can do this. Alright. Just to watch a practice poll with Devon. Adair dominated him. Yeah, dominated him for the first couple of pins or practice poll. But Devon was then able to get into a position and completely gas Adair out. If that is gonna be how the rematch is gonna be, we just have to wait and see. I think Monster Michael Todd will win, or most probably a hard match. Yeah, that is what I believe also. With a small minor change that I do believe it's gonna be a win for Vitaly Laletin, but I do hope, and I hope, that we will see a career-ending death war, and Michael Todd is gonna be on top. And that is what my heart is believing, but if I had a gun to my head and had to pick one, at least for me, I am picking Vitaly Laletin. But if I get that prediction wrong, then I get that prediction wrong. It is not like I'm waking up the next day and having leprosy or something. Nothing happens. It's just a prediction, man. It is interesting that every time somebody is doing a prediction, it is almost like your entire value of your credibility as an arm wrestling content creator, an arm wrestler, or anything like that goes directly down the toilet, and then you are irrelevant and blah 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 blah. Sebastian, were you ever a VIP guest in East vs. West card? Yeah. No. But I would have if the opportunity presented itself. But the sense that is costing a lot of money, it have not been available. If I had to say it like that. Shanshaw! How are you doing, brother? It's been years, man. It's been years. How are you doing, brother? Shanshaw! The guy that made Tavberidze shit himself with how close he was able to get that pin on Tavberidze. Tavberidze might not admit that, but you made him shit his pants with how strong you were able, or how strong you were that day, so. We needed the Devon versus Shaw rematch. Yeah, that will be really cool, since Tavberidze tried so fucking hard with the trash talk against the Shanshaw. But all of the trash talk just rinsed away, and you just had that big smile on your face, and it was just like, keep talking trash all you want, you homeless man. I am gonna bring you something that you will never forget. I thought Matt Mask. I thought Mask was a favorite, but after watching Grundy versus Mask, I've changed my mind. Oh, really? How is that? It's been a while, brother. I'm doing well, thank you. And with the amount of laughing emojis, I do believe that Shanshaw is having the time of his life when he is listening to the Swede that is bringing the entertainment value to this. And I took that match on 4 days' notice with 0 training. Exactly. Exactly, brother. And that is something that you can hold over Tavberidze's head for all in eternity. And no matter where he runs, no matter where he hides, that fact is gonna be haunting him for the rest of his life. But anyway, it still was a very awesome match to be witnessing. Mask hand is clearly stronger, but Nugo's overall arm strength is much better. That is why I think that if Matt Mask is gonna be able to pull this one off, he really needs to get Nugo outside of his shoulder and not keeping his pronation. So Nugo is somewhere like this. And if he gets this, Matt Mask has a chance of a high chance of winning that super match. Because if Nugo Chikadze is able to get this one, it really would impress the arm wrestling community by a lot, in my humble opinion. Do you compete in arm wrestling events? Yep. I am an actual arm wrestler. An actual arm wrestler that is doing live commentary just for fun. And apparently there are not a lot of people that are being autistic or autistic spectrum and are talking right out of they are coming out from a comedy club with Kevin Hart or Eddie Murphy or anybody of those guys. 17 concurrent viewers and 18 likes. We are closer to the finish line. If you haven't gotten the opportunity to spam the like button, please would you do so right now? I guess the top roll. Yes, a fun fact, I am actually preferring all of these styles depending on the opponent that I am facing. I mean, if somebody is doing a lot of rising, I usually go like a low pronated hook. If somebody is putting a lot of back pressure, I go over the knuckle. So it's really depending on the style of my opponent, because I have a tendency to really adjust at the heat of the moment, depending on where my opponent is putting the pressure on my hand and all of that. And once I get that done, my opponent usually becomes an open book. But if they are much stronger than me, then they are simply much stronger than me, so. Nice, very technical. Yeah, I would also call myself tactical. And what I mean by that is I usually have a plan, or a plan on the plan, on the plan, on the plan, depending on the style of my opponent, because if they are beating me in one area, I go somewhere else. If they are beating me in that area, I go somewhere else. As Laletin was saying during his super match against Monster Michael Todd at Arm Wars all those years ago. What happens if all plan fails? Then I'm just gonna be keep on grinding, solo level style. Because I'm not gonna be throwing in the towel, no matter how much my opponent is telling me to throw in the towel, man, throw in the towel, or is in that, or from that Aliens movie, game over, man, game over. Because I just don't like quitting. I just don't. You can ask anybody who's knowing me personally. When I am putting my mind into something, you literally had to tie me and throw me at the back of the trunk to just get me out of there, because the stubbornness that I am having is out of this world. Believe me when I say that. One of the benefits when you are having the autistic spectrum, or whatever the political correct phrase is nowadays. I also changed my mind about Hutchings versus Babayev. Speed and cupping are Todd's weakness, so Rustam will win. Yeah, he has the tools to deal with somebody that is as crazy strong as Todd Hutchings really is. But if now let's see. But if Todd Hutchings is able to put the brakes on Rustam Babayev, I have a feeling that Rustam Babayev will not be able to withstand the downward pressure that Todd Hutchings is going to be bringing to this particular match. You're feeling sad for Dennis? Would you like to explain why? Do you like Homelander? No. When? Why? Profile pic. I don't know. Maybe he just liked it to, or just picked one random photo of the internet that sum up his personality. I don't know. Then his heart failure due to. Oh shit! Jeez, I have no idea. Damn. I hope he is okay though. Or was that old news or really recently? 21 concurrent viewers and 23 likes. We are 2 likes away, ladies and gentlemen. We are 2 likes away from being pushed in the algorithm. And Drew24 is in the chat. Drew24 is in the chat. One of the coolest guys around is entering the chat here, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, welcome to Drew24, one of the OGs of SwedenArmwrestlingTelevision live streams. The support that you have been giving me, brother, is absolutely phenomenal. And Mr. Peanut is also in the chat, who is throwing in a bear emoji to the Drew24 because the Drew24 is the man. Is an absolute unit. Guys, do you know that Georgi Saranov doesn't like arm wrestling? He talked about it in one video, but that really does not make any sense. If he does not like arm wrestling, then why is he doing it then? And that's the thing that most people would probably not understand. If you do not like something, then why are you doing it then? He talked about it in a video in Russian. I can send you the link later. Yeah, you can send a link in a comment on under this live stream, so and I can see it later. Sebastian Pina. The event has already started. I bought it just now and it won't let me see it. The event has not started yet because it is 6 minutes left, or in this case 5 minutes left before the event itself is going to be starting. So if you haven't already, get the pay-per-view as soon as possible. 25 concurrent viewers and 24 likes. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Double repose. Absolutely awesome that so many is tuning in to my live stream. I know there are a lot of live commentary giants out there when it comes to the event, these type of events, so. Pasta de carbonara is the best for quality. Yeah. Goes right in there. Goes completely in there. Bro Eric, okay, thanks man. You're welcome. You're welcome. 20 minutes left. Are you going back in time or something? What would you do for a Klondike bar. Klondike bar? Is that some form of ice cream or something? I really don't know. Of course, matter. All muscle matter. Of course, of course. What is your bicep size? Eh, I haven't really been bothered to measure it because whenever I'm arm wrestling, I'm usually beating the guys that have massive biceps. So. Oh, that was referring to one of you in the chat. 20 concurrent viewers, 24 likes. Who is gonna be getting the 25 like goalpost or the extra? Okay, 3 minutes left. 3 minutes left. I'm just gonna be doing a quick recap of the matches or the picks that I have for each of the matches that are out there. Alright, here are my picks for all of the matches that are gonna be available. Tautiev over Tavberidze, Marharint over Adair, Mask over Chikadze, Vaitkute over Brisson, Svetkov over Dadikian, Saranov over Blonsky, Samushia versus over Linn, Matyshenko over Kalinichenko, Makarov over Prokopchuk, Kvinkvinia over Sagov, Hutchings over Babayev, and Laletin over Monster Michael Todd. So that is my pick on who is gonna be the winner in each of the super matches. Now, 2 minutes left. 2 minutes left before the event is starting. Man, oh man, I cannot wait to get on the roll and throw out my arm wrestling type of a passion to all of you guys. Man, I cannot wait. So yeah, we just have to wait and see with all of this. And did you make your predictions? Yep, I just said them a few minutes ago. Just rewind on this live stream and you will see or a quick recap on the picks that I had. So all right, 19 concurrent viewers, 24 likes, 50 seconds left. Oh my god, we are 50 seconds left before King of the Table 14 will start. Are you ready? Because I am ready. Oh man, oh man. I cannot wait. Just jumping up and down like this. Oh yeah. 14 seconds left. 12 seconds left. What are your picks? Can we get this live stream to over 25 likes? Can we do it? Who cares at this point? Now let's see. All right. They seem to be setting up the remaining of the last preparations for this awesome production. And it seems that they are really getting off with the live chat or live opportunity that are available in that specific live stream. Which is also a great opportunity for many fans to be interacting with like-minded individuals. And it seems to be flying off in that chat. I do believe that maybe hundreds, maybe even thousands of individuals have been tuning in to that particular live stream. But we just have to wait and see how everything is gonna be played up. Can we do this? Yeah, I do believe that we can do this. 26 likes! Woohoo! We have reached 26 likes. We have reached 26 likes. This stream will get boosted in the algorithm here. Alright. It seems they are making last preparations on what is gonna be coming up. But I do believe that they are gonna be starting with the matches very soon. Oh yeah. Tavberidze versus Tautiev. I do believe that Tautiev will have the levers necessary in order to be dealing with the outright powerhouse that is Tavberidze. They seem to be having some technical difficulties. But now we are on our way. Now we are on our way. Just gonna be muting that. Because I will see. Or this is something. Oh, they seem to be rehearsing. Oh, I see. And if you are watching on the stream that I have on my screen right now, if you look at the bottom side, you can see a lot of incoming fans' reactions on the event that is gonna be available here. It seems like they have started in 6:45 p.m. But I think that they are doing the rehearsals or starting the stream early to just to see how everything is gonna be played out, to see if everything is safe and go. But in my opinion, those type of preparations should at least be done beforehand. Because when you are doing it like this, it really is giving out that you are gonna be not prepared. It is almost like that you are starting the live stream, making fine adjustments, and that's it. Maybe that is a small nitpick, but that is at least what I think. But hopefully the event itself is gonna be absolutely fantastic. I really hope, and especially I really hope that they are not messing up with the microphones like they did the last time. Because it was some missed golden opportunities to not hear what the Laletin himself was saying to Corey West at that time. But then again, it's just my opinion about a lot of things. 21 concurrent viewers and 27 likes. While we are waiting for the actual event itself to be starting, or testing, or when the testing is gonna be over, let's get this live stream bumped in the algorithm. If you haven't already, spam that like button so we can get this boosted in the algorithm. I see they are testing something. Yeah, maybe they are testing out how the intro is gonna be looking, or anything in that regard. But shouldn't they do all of this beforehand? I don't know. Maybe they should be doing this before the event itself is starting, so they can just on the go getting things done. Because this really doesn't look good at all. But then again, that is just my opinion on this, because whenever you are tuning in to see a live stream of any sport that you like, how often do you see that they are starting the stream and they are making last preparations to make the stream as good as possible? Maybe a few live streams here and there you can see that you can do something like that, but at least to me, you need to have everything on the spot before you are pushing stream or play on your stream. And this stream will start soon. We officially have gotten the picture. The live stream will start soon. So all of that was just a big testing session for some apparent reason. Fans' reactions are cringe as fuck. Can they take it down? Maybe they have it there just to show the enthusiasm of all of the arm wrestling fans that are out there. If you think that is a cringe as fuck, then all that you can do, because I believe that they are not gonna be taking that one down for obvious reason. All that you can do is just put on the full screen mode, and then you don't have to deal with the fan reactions. Yeah, that's what I... Yeah, glad to hear that is working for you. Very glad. So hopefully they will finally be ready to have a really nice live stream. All right, let's see who is in the chat. 25 concurrent viewers and 30 likes. Wow. 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 Absolutely amazing that so many has been liking on this live stream. Thank you very much to each and every one of you that are a part of this live stream. Why are they showing us the video if the tournament hasn't started yet? I don't know. Maybe they did that on the last second in order to test it before actually streaming the event. But here's a thing that I don't understand. If they are uncertain on how the event itself is gonna be looking, why don't you just create a separate link, like an unlisted one, and then you can control if everything is looking good, if everything is where it should be. Because when you are doing it like this, it sadly looks very unprofessional. Because when you are doing something like that, at least make a separate link and then test if everything is looking great and all of that. Because if you are not doing that, people will not take that seriously. Or potential investors that are looking in what the previous productions are doing way beforehand. But I don't know. That is just my humble opinion on what they should be doing in the future. But hopefully it will be better in the future. But as of right now, they could be doing way better. That it, in my opinion. Let's see. Same thoughts, maybe in the future. Yeah, exactly. So, 28 concurrent viewers. Wow, absolutely fantastic that so many has been tuning in to the live stream. Now let's see to see how. Yeah, 92 votes, and Vitaly. Many believe that Vitaly Laletin is gonna be the winner of this super match, but 34% is believing that Monster Michael Todd is gonna be winning this. It almost makes me think about when over 80% of all of the votes were voting on Laletin, and only like 15 or 20% are believed that Michael Todd will win. I was one of the few that believed that Michael Todd will win against Laletin in 2018, and win. He definitely did. One of my favorite mugs, by the way, is some reindeers with some mountaintop and a nice sunrise on the background there. I got this one from my best friend, Jonna Blinn, and she definitely have great taste. Tack så mycket, Jonna. All right. Trust me, long lever makes difference. Yeah, it's a question of if you know how to use a long lever properly. Because if your Tautiev is being sucked into a hook, I don't know if your Tautiev can recover himself properly. Because the fascinating thing with arm wrestling is like you can take the analogy of changing tires to arm wrestling when it comes to the lever conversation. Because we all know that the further away you are from changing the bolts or anything like that, the better power you have. But in arm wrestling, it's completely reversed. Because if you are not... because the further away you are with a longer lever, the heavier it gets. So it's very fascinating when you are thinking about that in that specific fashion. All right, let's see. I do hope that they are going to be starting the event soon. Sooner than we believe. By the way, guys. Do you believe when East versus West was changing their... Oh, now we have visuals. We have visuals now, ladies and gentlemen. All right. All right. Neil Pickup rocking that mic as usual. And now the introduction of the referees. One of them is probably one of the most hated referees out there after the specific match of Genadi versus Devon Larratt. Really nice guy, at least with a class from the amount of times that I've been seeing him when we were in the same arm wrestling arena. But then again, we just have to see if the same type of mistakes is gonna be repeated, or they have addressed it in closed doors, so not similar mistakes are gonna be happening in the near future. Just have to wait and see. And now that they have addressed the rules set, so we will now see how it will be making.
Ladies and gentlemen, our first match.
Now let's see, it's gonna be shifting here.
International matchup of champions. We'd like to firstly welcome this man, making his second appearance here. Please give a round of applause and welcome this multiple national, European and world champion, the towering Adair.
I don't know his name, that rep. Yeah. I don't remember his name either. But now the actual event itself is gonna be starting, and I cannot wait to have it on the roll here. Georgi Tautiev has now entered the arena. Last time we saw him, he was not having the greatest day that any arm wrestler does not want to have, especially when you are in one of the biggest stages in arm wrestling. Georgi Tautiev is one of the most dangerous top rollers in the world, and if you are underestimating him on what you wanted to see, then that is something you will definitely not wanting to see, or anything in that particular fashion. Now he has a great task ahead of him, dealing with one of the most dangerous hook pullers in the world, a man that many people are considering him to be the Giga Chad of arm wrestling. And if you see the massive chin and the beard that he is having, massive arms, and all of that good stuff, you definitely will see where I getting that type of reference. And this is gonna be something incredible. Absolutely amazing stuff to see here at East versus West. Now, both men are going directly to the table where they so want to be. Oh man. Slowly getting the grip both of these guys want. And from there, we can now see. Yeah, if you're looking at the setup, you can clearly see where both athletes really want to go. And if you, depending on how the start is going, we just have to wait and see. And you can see that Tavberidze is aiming to get into the straps. But if he gets there, we just have to wait and see, because I have a feeling that he is gonna be slipping, and the slip happened, and he was using his get out of jail free card to get away from the pin pad, and we are going directly to the straps, where Tavberidze, the Giga Chad of Georgian arm wrestling, wants to be. Now it's only depending on if Georgi Tautiev can get where he needs it to be, because whenever you are a insider type of arm wrestler, you really want to be tied to your opponent. So the one who is doing the low hand top roll with the massive lever that the Tautiev is having, that is somewhere you want to be. Especially if you have the type of style that Tavberidze is gonna be bringing. But it seems like that Tautiev or Tavberidze have the better setup, because now he is taking a lower grip and pushing his riser all the way to the top, so he can create a gap where he wants it to be. Now we will see if and you could see that the Tautiev's pronation was collapsing in that first round. Or was he also giving us a full start, if I was correct in that calculation? You could see that Tavberidze is pushing his hand as high as possible, so he can go directly to the pronation of Tautiev. So now, will we see an effective top roll, or somebody that gets sucked into the hook? Tavberidze has gotten where he needs to be, and that is the exact same position where he broke his arm. Georgi Tautiev is now pushing Tavberidze's hand away from his shoulder line and is now diving directly into the pin pad, but you could see that Tautiev was a bit, I don't know if you can call it scared just a little bit. You could see that as soon as he reached the pin pad, he immediately let that one go, and took a nice breath of air, because he got the exact position where a top roller of Tautiev's position is all about. That is the key for Tautiev in order to be dealing with somebody that is as dangerous as Tavberidze is inside of the straps. Because when somebody is pushing as hard as Tavberidze is doing, like driving down like this, the position that Tautiev wants is to making sure that he is keeping his thumb pushed down really hard, so Tavberidze have nowhere else to go. So he basically forcing Tavberidze to fight in a very neutral position, which is the exact same position that Tavberidze broke his arm in. But I have to say, Tavberidze is one brave motherfucker that is going that hard inside of the straps in the exact same position where he broke his arm. It's almost like Tavberidze is like, I don't care. I'm gonna be pulling in the exact same pulling style, and there is not a goddamn thing you can do about it. Absolutely nada. Phil Woody UK is in the chat. One of my favorites from the Arm Wars crew. The Arm Wars crew. How are you doing, brother? Hope that you are having a great day and enjoying arm wrestling as much as everybody else is doing. All this match is not fun to look. Can somebody pin this? I don't really know. I don't know. Alright. I believe we will see a similar type of... oh, you could see that Tautiev was a bit trigger happy, but they caught that false start, and you could see that Tautiev is very eager to get this match on the bank. Because I have a feeling that Tautiev might have this same, or maybe phantom pains from his injury that he gotten a few East versus West back. But we can see, and then that's a second full start, and we see Tautiev is receiving his first foul of round number 2. Tautiev is looking really nervous. It's like he is very eager to get where he wants it to be, but cannot get his position. And now Tautiev is trying really hard in order to be securing exactly what he needs. Now he just needs to be patient and just drive that arm down, and Tavberidze have to back away from the position that he wanted to be in. And Tautiev is getting his second win in this super match. The thing when you are looking at Tavberidze's pulling style is that he is so strong in his style that that is one of the main weapons, if not the only weapon, that he is using throughout the entirety of this match. Because Tavberidze is pulling really hard to maintain the internal rotation against Tautiev. But when that is completely taken away from you, as you can see here on the replay, that match is going directly with a one-way ticket to the pin pad. Told you, Tautiev wins. Yep. I think I predicted that Tautiev was gonna be winning. So my prediction was also correct in this. But it still is very cool to see that Tavberidze is going this hard in the same style that he broke his arm. I do believe that it was during the AMC or that big money tournament in Russia where he broke his arm. So Tavberidze have some balls to do the same style as hard as he is doing it. And we are going directly into the straps where seemingly Tavberidze wants to be in, but he needs to be quicker off the go so he can get where he wants to be. Because the position that Tavberidze wants to be in is this. But Tautiev's pronation and back pressure is forcing Tavberidze to pull like this, where he really does not want to be. Will we see a similar situation here? I have a feeling we might see a similar one, and Tautiev is as trigger happy as Craig Sander himself is when it comes to that beer tab in the closest bar that he is searching after. Alright, start this match already. I am very eager to see what is happening next, but I have a feeling that Tautiev is getting... Now Tavberidze is getting his first warning throughout this match. Usually the false start is given to Georgi Tautiev, so now it's fascinating to see that Tavberidze is the one who is a little bit trigger happy to get where he wants it to be. But both men needs to be careful now so they are not getting a foul. And you could see that is such a frustrating way to pull in a super match in this magnitude. You do not want to win on a foul. You do not want to lose on a foul. That is basically like dangling a carrot in front of your face and then just having the carrot thrown away to the trash. Basically the same thing. Alright, Tavberidze is shooting really hard to get where he wants it to be, and that is a super frustrating position to be in, because he is trying so hard to drive that arm down to the pin pad, but as soon he is doing that, his hand is being separated from his shoulder line. And when you are pulling in the same style that you really want it to be in, or as tight as Tavberidze wants to be in, your hand needs to be inside of your shoulder line or the frame of your body, because the further away you are from your body, the harder it gets to get down with the power you need to have. But if you put your hand further in to your body, the percentage of a power that you are getting increase significantly. And then once you are getting that adjustment, you can basically move mountains when it comes to the positioning that you need to have in order to get to where you need to be. So that is why it is really intelligent arm wrestling of Georgi Tautiev to be making sure that Tavberidze does not get anywhere near the hooker power. So, and then now we will see, and it is a second. Is it a coincidence? It's a second foul. Oh my goodness. No. No. Why? Why? You do not want to win a match in this fashion. Or that is not how you want to win that match. Absolutely no. Why? Why? Piss off with those elbow fouls. Come on. Come on. Man. Man, oh man, oh man. That is a frustrating way to be losing this super match. Oh my goodness, oh my goodness. But at the end of the day, Georgi Tautiev's top roll was simply too much for Tavberidze to handle. Long lever versus short lever, and the longer lever moved mountains. Yeah, it is mostly because the pronation of Georgi Tautiev was simply way too much for let's see, for Tavberidze to be handling. If you are thinking about it, if your hand and wrist is strong enough, then you can basically turn in almost anybody you want. Because if you have a weak wrist, the shorter lever is usually losing against the taller lever. But if you train your wrist, like Rustam Babayev has done, because the amount of times that somebody has been taking his wrist, you can basically count that on one or maybe two hands. That is how strong Rustam Babayev's wrists is, because he can turn basically anybody inside of the hook, and there's basically nothing that you can do about it. Once he is getting to that position, that is. $36, 35 likes. Now 36 likes. Come on, guys. If we can get this live stream to over 50 likes, then that will be absolutely amazing. I do look forward to what the streams will be offering to all of us. Hopefully, we will see more of Georgi Tautiev, but I have a feeling that he is not done, and we will see more amazing matches from this young man from Russia. Georgi Tautiev is your winner in these matches.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for your winner tonight.
Hmm.
Tautiev.
Did he just call out Devon? Almost like everybody wants a piece of Devon. Having a piece of the old man or homeless man. No. And why I'm muting the mic is because you don't want to hear me chewing on a bunch of chips at the same time. Lachlan, the anvil Adair. Probably is gonna be the toughest match of his entire arm wrestling career. Because Petro is one of the strongest hook pullers in Ukraine, if I'm not mistaken. So this will be a very tough task for Lachlan Adair to be dealing with somebody that is as strong as Petro is. But yeah, then again, we just have to wait and see how that is gonna be going down. I do believe that Petro is gonna be the much stronger athlete, but we might get surprised on the power that Lachlan Adair might be bringing. Maybe he's bringing a lot more power than usual. Or if Petro is gonna be showing why he is as dangerous as he is. Alright. Lachlan Adair and Petro Marharint. And Lachlan Adair is the bigger athlete of the two. So we will now see if Lachlan Adair has been doing his homework, or if Petro is gonna be the one who is showing who's the boss. Now, we will see, ladies and gentlemen. And you could see that it was slowed down to the pad, but Petro Marharint with a relatively comfortable pin all the way down to the pin pad. Petro shiftily went into the inside of the hook and just pulled him down with a one-way ticket all the way down to the pin pad. And honestly, I have a feeling if Lachlan Adair does not adjust himself and getting himself where he wants it to be, Lachlan Adair might be in more trouble than what he have a plan for. Initially have a plan for. So hopefully we will see something, a bit of a miracle from Lachlan Adair when it comes to these type of matches. Petro with his low grip and Lachlan Adair trying to hit on the top roll. bit frustrated there. And Lachlan there is trying for the top roll, almost gets it, and dropping it to a bit of a king's move there, or a open style top roll. Busted the hand back on Petro a little bit there. So I believe that Lachlan there have found a lane where he wants it to be. Lachlan Adair has found a lane where he can do some type of damage when it comes to what his capabilities is in this match. Oh my goodness! Are we looking for a turnaround here? Is Lachlan Adair is gonna be proving to the world that he does belong on the biggest stage of arm wrestling. Absolutely crazy what Lachlan Adair was able to show us when he was able to bust a handbag on Petro Marharint. Really, really cool stuff to see. And you can see that you can see a similar setup. And now Petro Marharint has secured the hook, but Lachlan Adair was receiving an elbow foul in the process. Lachlan Adair received an elbow foul in the process. But now you can see that Lachlan Adair fired himself up, and how he is ready to take down Petro Marharint. Oh my, oh, so crazy. I am betting that Aussie arm wrestler himself is jumping up and down with joy all the way from down under when he is seeing his good friend Lachlan Adair doing this well against Petro Marharint. Oh, absolutely crazy stuff. Can Lachlan Adair do it? Can he do what many deemed impossible? Lachlan Adair tried really hard to secure that, but opened himself a little bit too much, and Petro Marharint drove to the side, and that opened up the angle of Lachlan Adair. Lachlan has found a lane where he can be able to make this a match, but he needs to not get so overly eager where he wants it to be. Because if you are letting your emotion control you way too much, the mistakes can rear its ugly head in a fashion that you really do not want to be in. As Bones said, Adair's number like Plenkovic, they just are. Adair's arm looks like Arnold, and Petro is an average construction worker. Yeah, it's properly in that fashion. Whenever you're thinking about arm wrestlers, you're thinking like big, buff dudes and all of that. But when it comes to the reality of arm wrestling, it's usually the other way around. Almost like those who is looking like construction workers or like regular dudes. That is the type of arm wrestlers that are more in line with the reality. What Berserker? What's the score, bro? 2-0 for Petro. 2-0 for Petro. Hopefully that answer your question, Berserker. Alright. Lachlan Adair needs to be careful now. Not getting overly eager. You can see that Petro was trying to grip as further into Lachlan Adair's hand as possible. But you could see that Lachlan Adair is aiming to pull as much back as possible in order to not get in order to not letting Petro get what he needs to have in order to have this style that he really wants to have. And Lachlan there is shooting for the top roll, and the slip happened at the center of the table this time. And we are getting directly into the straps. We are getting directly into the straps, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see. All right. Can Lachlan Adair do it? You can see that the Lachlan Adair is trying to pull just increments after increment to get. You can see it's right there. He's trying to pull as much back as he can and then take his grip from there. You can see that Petro is not happy with the grip at all, with the amount of hand positioning that Lachlan Adair has been taking in this match, as you can see. Yeah, you can see that Petro is deliberately letting himself get into the referee's grip, and Lachlan there was really frustrated with that one because he had a really good hand positioning, but Petro was smart enough to not let the match start in that fashion. So now the grip is now being upheld. Can Lachlan Adair do it? And Lachlan Adair is shooting really hard for his top roll. And you could see that Petro is forcibly dumping his hand in order to drive the arm down. But Lachlan Adair has found a lane where he can make it a match. If he can just keep himself not fouling out, he has a path to victory. He just needs to stay calm. And Lachlan there is shooting really hard for the top roll. And his elbow is also off the pad. Oh man, no! The second match is on the phone! What is this? Come on! The second match of this entire card ends on a foul. Should we call this Foul City? Another trip to the Foul City. Oh my goodness. But it still showed that Lachlan Adair can make it a match if he was just a little bit more patient. Because it did seem like that he was shooting it really aggressively to the pin pad or got overly anxious. And he had basically no backup plan in that regard. Because he did found a lane, but it did seem like he was not patient enough to get where he wanted to be. So the current score right now is 3-0 to Petro Marharint. 3-0 to Petro Marharint. All right. Now, what will be the next match? Yeah, I do believe it was Matt Mask, if I'm not mistaken. Now let's see. Oh, Jorge Saranov versus Kamilja Blonsky is gonna be the next match of the card. Jorge Saranov versus Kamilja Blonsky is gonna be the next match of this card. We are soon on to match number 3 in this King of the Table 14. They do not give lucky and easy matches, all killers. Yeah, the best way to learn is to jump into the deep water when it comes to the matches that you want to pull. Because if you want to progress as an athlete, as an arm wrestler, you need to throw yourself into the deep water where you definitely would not feel so comfortable in that regard. So in this way, Lachlan Adair is definitely gonna be learning a lot from this, but he's probably a bit pissed off with the outcome of this match when he had a lane, but he was not patient enough to get the style that he wanted to have. Because if he just had his elbow on the pad, I do believe that he had a lane to get something out of this match. Who won, Petro or Lachlan? Petro won with a score of 3-0. Lachlan is on East versus West just to sell pay-per-views, in my opinion, because he's the only one from Australia. Only best of the best they should pull there. Yeah, I still believe that Lachlan Adair has earned his spot to be on East versus West because of the names that he has beaten in the past before. But still, it was a valid effort against the Petro that he was able to find something that he could make it a match. If it was like a complete whitewash, then maybe it will hold some actual ground on where you're saying, zoom into a reality. But since he was able to make it a match, he deserves to be there. That is just a fact. At least in my opinion. But I can do like this. Versus. Do it like this. I will do it like... it's with C. I will make a score tab if you are interested in the actual score. Like I did when Prudnik was polling against Demolarat. It was easier for people to hang in with what the actual score was. Alright, now let's see. And remember, when you win after a few losses in a row, you should be out. Yeah, the previous East versus West and the King of the Table, he was able to make it a few matches. I think he won a few as well. You can really see how much of a shoulder commitment Kamil Jablonski is bringing to this match. Absolutely predictable on where Kamil Jablonski wants it to be. But we have to see if the speed of Kamil Jablonski will be enough to drive his opponent down to the pin pad, or if the strength of Saranov will simply be a bit too much. But Kamil has shown that he has the capabilities to make it a match. But we will see. Will the power of Saranov secure the victory? Or will Kamil Jablonski be able to flash that one all the way down? And Kamil Jablonski tried to shit in for the press, but was given a false star. But that looked not so good for Kamil Jablonski. Because Kamil tried to shoot the press straight down, but Georgi Saranov just simply caught that and drove his arm to the pin pad. So I believe that Kamil might be in trouble, but we will see. And Kamil Jablonski is shooting that one down, and he was able to put Georgi Saranov in a very awkward position, and Georgi Saranov got unfouled in the process. Georgi Saranov needs to be a bit more careful so he is not fouling himself out in the process due to being overly aggressive. So if that is the case, then Kamil has a way to get into the victory lane. So, yeah, we just have to wait and see how it will be playing out. And Kamil is shooting for the press, and the second foul is given to Georgi Saranov. And this is really fascinating to see that Kamil Jablonski's style is making it a problem for any arm wrestler that he is going up against. Kamil Jablonski has secured a win on 2 fouls that Georgi Saranov unfortunately brought on himself. But you could also see that Saranov's arm also got opened up. And that is not a position that Saranov wants to be in, especially when Kamil Jablonski is deliberately dumping down his wrist, and when Saranov is pulling that hard to the back side of the pad. So Saranov needs to be a bit more patient when it comes to the awkward factor that Kamil Jablonski is bringing to this particular match. But it is also a very interesting way to see that Kamil Jablonski is definitely worthy to be in this arm wrestling stage. But we have to see if Saranov is learning Oh, it's still round number 1? Or was it? No, It's still round number 2. Okay. They messed it up with the scoreboard there. So. Saranov. If I were Saranov, I will try to grip a bit lower as he is doing there. And drive directly. Because that is one of the keys if you want to get a success rate against somebody that is so quick and is deliberately giving this away with his opponents that Kamila Blonsky is doing. And Kamila Blonsky seems to be a bit frustrated with this setup that is being implemented. But then again, can Camille actually pin him? Or will the Foul City be all over again? And Kamila Blonsky is giving a second warning? Or is this the first warning? And it seems that Kamila Blonsky is being given a foul for a second false start, and he is given a foul in the process. Camille is feeling a bit frustrated that he had that great of a hit, but that was given as a false start. You can see that Saranov is doing everything right by the book when it comes to be dealing with an awkward pressure that Kamila Blonsky is bringing. But if you are missing the start, you could be in huge trouble. And as you could see, whenever Saranov is driving to the pad, Saranov have basically nowhere else to go when somebody is pressing down and directly sideways. Down and sideways. That is really a position that you really do not want to be in, especially when it comes to the initial positioning that you need to be getting the pin. The referee's grip is now being set. Saranov, little bit anxious there. Kamila Blonsky with the dumped wrist is aiming really hard for the press. And a full start given again to Kamila Blonsky. Oh no! He had a really good hit on Georgi Saranov there. And that is not a great task ahead. That is absolutely where you do not want to be in. Oh my goodness. Really frustrating situation for Kamila Blonsky. That you have the hit and you have the speed and you have the power to back it up. But with a small false start like that, it really is somewhere that you really do not want to be in. Because that would be an extremely frustrating situation in those type of times. Referee's grip is now being set again. And Kamila Blonsky is shooting directly down for the pin pad. Is trying everything, but the second foul is being given to Saranov. And Kamila Blonsky is now leading with a score of 2-0. Not the... That really must be a frustrating situation for Saranov to be in. Especially when trying to be dealing with the awkward pressure that Kamila Blonsky is bringing. But it must also be a bit frustrating for Kamila Blonsky due to the fact that you really wanted to have a actual pin against your opponent, not to be winning on fouls. I know, at least for my part, I would definitely prefer that you are getting an actual pin on your opponent. But then again, if I were in Camille's position, I would probably take a win as a win. But yeah, that is at least what I will do in that situation. 22 concurrent viewers and 40 likes. We are 10 likes away to be getting ourselves to 50 likes. So if you haven't already, be sure to spam that like button so we can get this live stream to over 50 likes. I have a feeling that we are gonna be able to be reaching 50 likes before this stream is over. So if you haven't already, spam that like button away so we can get this live stream to where it needs to be. Yep, basically the same soup warmed up all over. Can Kamila Blonsky get a pin? Or now Saranov is actually... And now that is an actual pin! Kamila Blonsky was able to press down Georgi Saranov in a actual pin. He actually was able to press down Georgi Saranov in the fashion that he did. Absolutely crazy stuff. And the first match that I predicted wrong is, you can see on the replay, Saranov tried really hard to be on the top rolling side, but with the constant down pressure that Kamila Blonsky is bringing is simply way too much for Saranov to be handling. 3-0 to Kamil, the Golden Dragon Jablonski. Wow! I was not expecting that. Were you expecting that, ladies and gentlemen? That was absolutely crazy. Wow! Absolutely crazy. Now we'll see what will be the next opponent for Kamila Blonsky. So guys, what do you think? What do you think is the next opponent is gonna be? But still, at least a actual pin to Kamila Blonsky in this match. Because now he knows that Saranov is now beaten and he can only climb himself up. But I have a feeling that he is aiming to get a rematch against Vitaly Laletin himself. So, who is the next match for him?
Now, a lot of people talk about the super heavyweight division coming in, where people...
I will guess that he wants a rematch with Vitaly Laletin. He probably is going to be calling out Vitaly.
Ladies and gentlemen, he was impressive.
Kamila Blonsky said publicly he feels like he is the best in the world. If that is the case, then the match with Vitaly versus Kamil will probably happen in the near future. By the way, guys, do you enjoy to have the scoreboard like this so it gets easier for you to keep up? Let me know in the chat. Let me know. Your channel is great at showing the results. Yeah, I've thought about maybe showing it to making sure for easier to people for keeping up what is going on. And since I am showing what the result is, then you guys can show extra support in sharing this live stream around. So a lot more people can tune in to be a lot more fascinated or included or whatever the term is nowadays. 25 concurrent viewers and 42 likes. This is really good odds so far. We are like 8 likes away to be getting ourselves into the 50 like goalpost. If you haven't been already, spam the like button, share this live stream around, subscribe, and all of that amazing good stuff. Absolutely insane to be having this support of amazing athletes, arm wrestling fans, all of that good stuff. And now, Matt, the Wild Horse Mask, is now entering the arena. Oh, oh, that focus, that anger, that ferociousness, and intensity that Matt Mask is bringing to this. I hope that they have been bolting down on the arm wrestling table, because if they have not, it's gonna be a bad day for the arm wrestling table all on its own. All right. Can Matt Mask be able to be pulling this off? I have predicted that Matt Mask is gonna be the winner in this match. But we just have to wait and see if that is gonna be the case. Nugo Chikadze going really hard with the extra energy that he's bringing. And both of them want us to see the knuckle. Nugo Chikadze is pointing out on the shoulders. Oh man, we are gonna be seeing some thunder and lightning in this particular match. I do hope that they have bolted down the table onto the stage, because if they haven't, they are probably gonna be taking that arm wrestling table and just throw it around like a maracas. For I do hope that this match is gonna be one of the more entertaining matches of the night. But we will see. Can it be a match? I do hope so. Nugo Chikadze is gonna be trying everything in order to secure that hook, or maybe he will actually top roll Matt Mask. I don't really know, but we will see. Can he do it? I do believe that Nugo Chikadze is capable of doing that, but if he is able to do that, we just have to wait and see. After this grip is And he was able to top roll, and we have seen the first slip of the match. Matt Mask with his rude ass comments that he is giving out to Nugo Chikadze, but Nugo Chikadze has probably no idea what Matt Mask is saying. But from the look of Nugo Chikadze's face, he probably was feeling like or interpreting that Matt Mask insulted him, but Matt Mask was not insulting him. He was simply pointing out the obvious, that Nugo Chikadze was a bit first off. And now we will see if Chikadze is able to do something against Matt Mask, or if it is going to be a one-way ticket to the pin pad of Pin City, where Matt Mask has been taking his opponents lately. Right, the grip is now being set. And we are seeing now a battle of the... Oh my! Nugo Chikadze pull down Matt Mask in a top rolling style of fashion, and Nugo Chikadze is screaming directly into the face of Matt Mask. Oh my goodness! Oh wow! You could see that Nugo Chikadze really drove really hard sideways and was able to top roll the hand and wrist of Matt Mask in that fashion. You could see how hard Nugo Chikadze drove into that pin pad. Oh my goodness. I was not expecting that huge amount of horsepower that Nugo Chikadze was gonna be doing against somebody in the caliber of Matt the Wild Horse Mask. It is like Nugo Chikadze has bolted down a saddle, or how are you saying that, a seat on the Wild Horse, and it's just going around and just riding him around in the arena with his cowboy hat in full regard, and just saying yeehaw, and just trying to tame the Wild Horse. But don't count out the Wild Horse just yet. I'm only saying that right now, ladies and gentlemen. If you haven't already, be sure to spam that like button, because I have a feeling that most of the live commentators that are out there does not have the same energy as I have. Well, if you are taking the exception out of the equation, that now Nugo Chikadze shot down to the inside of the hook. Nugo Chikadze is shouting directly, "I'm the king of the table. I'm that king of that table." You can see on the replay, it was a bit of a false start there. Maybe. But Nugo Chikadze shot directly into the hook. And Matt Mask had not so much to be answering in that particular round. We might see a complete whitewash here, ladies and gentlemen. Man, I was hoping that Matt Mask was gonna be able to lock down on its pronation and go really hard on Nugo Chikadze's hand. But in this instance, oh shit, I almost forgot. But in this instance, Nugo Chikadze's raw side pressure and overall abilities is being... It seems like it is a form of a protest here. Yeah, it seems like Ingen Terzi is showing that it was a false start. And the match is gonna be reset. The match is now being resetted. And we are now back at 1-0 to Nugo Chikadze. But I have a feeling if Matt Mask is not careful, he might end up in the same position as previously. No! Matt Mask found something that he really wanted to have. But the only question is, can he get the same result? Or will the result be the same? That Nugo Chikadze is gonna be able to just suck Matt Mask deep inside the hook, and Matt Mask will have nowhere else to go. And now a warning given to Nugo Chikadze, and now is being given a foul. Nugo Chikadze is now being given a foul. So now Nugo Chikadze is now getting one foul. The grip is now being set. Will we see a similar situation here? And a second warning to Matt Mask. And we are one foul each. We are now one foul each, ladies and gentlemen. Now the slip happened at the center of the table. And we are going directly to the straps. We are now going directly back into the straps. Now for Matt Mask to get where he wants it to be, he really needs to not let his emotion get the better of him. What he needs is this. If he can just secure this and have his hand like with his shoulder line, he has a path to victory. But if he is not careful, it's gonna be a one-way ticket to the pin pad where Matt Mask really does not want to be in. "35 concurrent viewers and 44 likes. Scott Evans, Armwrestling, is in the chat. How are you doing, brother? I hope that you are having a great day or night, depending on where you are in this green blue world. 35 concurrent viewers. If you haven't already, spam that like button. We are like 6 likes away to getting into the 50 like goalpost. And now Matt Mask is able to secure a bit of hand control. They were stuck at the center of the table. Nugo Chikadze pulled a little bit too much back pressure. And Matt Mask was able to secure that pin. He was able to secure the exact thing that he really wanted. But you could see the amount of back pressure that Nugo Chikadze brought. It resulted in that Nugo Chikadze got a second elbow foul, and it was given as a win for Matt Mask. Not really what any athlete would want, but it's also a way for the athlete to be staying alive in this fashion. So you could see that during the match, Matt Mask was able to secure a bit of the pronation, but you could see that the overall strength of Nugo Chikadze is what is the dominant factor in this match. Nugo Chikadze, despite having the shorter lever, is the more powerful of these two individuals. So for Matt Mask to actually get a pin, he needs to get the pronator and side pressure at the same time. Because if you're basically pronating through a low hand, but not getting the drag and the side with it, it is basically a one-way ticket to where you really do not want to be in. 29 concurrent viewers and 45 likes. We are 5 likes away. Come on, guys. Spam that like button now. Oh, you are doing really well. That is a really great to hear from Utah super heavyweight. You can see that Chikadze, Nugo Chikadze is shouting to the referees the knuckle, but they can see the knuckle. And Nugo Chikadze shot really hard to the back in order to get to the straps as quickly as possible. By the way, guys, for the 30 people that is watching this, are you enjoying that you are seeing the results here? That it gets easier for you to get a hang on how the actual match is going. So if you like this, be sure to support this live stream as much as humanly possible. Yes, we are enjoying that. That is all I wanted to hear. Nugo Chikadze is trying to get as high of a grip as possible. But we now have to see if the athletes are getting what they want, or if there's gonna be a one. No, Matt Mask has secured what he wants to have, but now Matt Mask lost his hand and wrist. Gotta do it again. And Nugo Chikadze able to top roll the hand and wrist of Matt Mask in the fashion that he is doing. Man, oh man, oh man. That is another position that you wanted to be in this fashion that is going on. Because the way that Chikadze is able to adjust the back pressure as hard as he is doing and maintaining the pronation as well he is doing. It just goes to show that Matt Mask was able to secure the hand and wrist, but the side and back pressure of Nugo Chikadze was simply way too much. As you can see, Matt Mask tried really hard to secure the pronation, but the overall strength of Nugo Chikadze is the one that is driving this one home. So for the amazing people that are watching this, thank you for the continuous support that you are giving SwedenArmwrestlingTelevision. The amount of support that you are giving me are absolutely amazing. Thank you very much. Grip is being said. And now you could see that Nugo Chikadze was the one that was bailing out, because Matt Mask shot for the pin pad, but Nugo Chikadze felt that he needed to have the strap in order to be dealing with the massive lever that Matt Mask is bringing. So with the strap, he's basically anchoring Matt Mask down onto the winning style that he really wants to have. Because when your hand and back pressure, side pressure, pronation is way stronger than the one that is having the massive hand, the massive lever and all of that basically gets nullified when you are facing somebody in the caliber of Nugo Chikadze. Yeah, you can see how much Nugo Chikadze is enjoying himself with the amount of viewers, the amount of fans that are watching, how Nugo Chikadze is showing to the world who he is. Maybe he is doing this to Matt Mask to just give the middle finger to Laletin. Maybe that is the case, maybe it's not. But we will see. Can Matt Mask do anything? And that was given as a false start. It was given as a false start. But it seems that Chikadze was still happy with the match. But he is... But as you're saying, you need to follow the rule book. And the book is saying, if you're moving in the grip before it starts... And that was a quick pin. Nugo Chikadze flashed the pin. Matt Mask all the way down to the pin pad. And is basically saying to Laletin, big, go fuck yourself. I just beat it up, you little brother. Oh, absolutely crazy. The amount of horsepower that you are bringing to this match. Absolutely crazy with the amount of energy that is being brought to this amazing display of heart, ferociousness, tenacity, and ferocity that Nugo Chikadze is showing to the world that I am here to stay and there is not a goddamn thing you can do about it. Oh my goodness, absolutely phenomenal stuff being brought here at East... what am I saying? King of the Table 14. Very, very impressive stuff. And you seem to be having a field day, like, boom. Seem to be having a field day, a concrete elbow. But I have a feeling if Nugo Chikadze does not call out Laletin, it might be a wasted opportunity. It would be really funny if he was able to call out. It was a really good match and a surprise outcome. Yeah, it was definitely a surprise outcome. I was not expecting for the match to be going in this direction. But it was still fun to see that Nugo Chikadze is now getting the respect and love that he so dreamt of having. All right. Absolutely amazing stuff. Come on, Nugo. Call out the Laletin. I know that you want a match against that man. Because the energy that we'll be bringing to this. Or that potential match would be crazy. Who do you think is to win Vitaly match? Yeah, I think that Vitaly Laletin is gonna be winning that match. Hmm. Ah, that is a great call out. Absolutely great to call out. He is basically saying, doesn't matter who the opponent is, I am here to stay. Maybe he wants the rematch against Petro? Hmm. Maybe Todd? I hope Michael Todd wins a Vitale match. That would be great. Yeah, a part of me wants to see the match with Monster Michael Todd and Laman Saganashvili. But it only is... that match will only happen if Monster Michael Todd is able to beat Vitali Laletin.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to go to a short commercial break. We'll be back soon.
All right, they are gonna be doing a short commercial break. So I will try to refill on my drinks here. So I will be back in just a few. In the meantime, enjoy this stream music. Ladies and gentlemen. Were you guys also refilling as I was? Probably you did so. All right, let's see what awesome individuals are writing in the comments here. Might just have it low on the music. All right, I'm just gonna be checking out the comments here. Are there any awesome individuals here? Please tell me how Sagov is the champion if Rinomasek hold the belt. Maybe it is a champion by default. Maybe it's in that fashion, if I'm not mistaken. All right. For all of you guys.
Of champions.
All right. I'm just gonna be muting that.
Please
Now David Darikian, the craziest arm wrestler from Armenia, is now entering the stage. Man, he is gonna be going really crazy. But we will see, can he break the current trend that Georgi Svetkov is unhookable? But maybe we will see that David Darikian might do something that all of us will probably not expect. Who knows? Who knows? Georgi Svetkov. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Georgi Svetkov, one of the deadliest top rollers in the world, is now entering the stage of a King of the Table 14. It have been a turbulent week for Georgi Svetkov with the videos that was released or released/leaked with the type of behavior that he was doing, but that really did not break the focus that Georgi Svetkov is gonna be bringing to this particular match. So now, Georgi Svetkov, will he be able to beat the aggressive freight train that is David Darikian? Or will the freight train of Armenia simply ran over the big bull that is Georgi Svetkov? Personally, I am picking Georgi Svetkov to be the favorite in this match, but we will see if I am proven wrong here once again. David. Zero. And now we are getting directly into the referee script. We are now in the referee script now, ladies and gentlemen. Monster Michael Todd will not retire. Sad that people keep saying that crap like that. Yeah, it's very odd that that the people are saying that he will retire from this match. I know Monster Michael Todd, and he is not something or someone that will easily retire from something like that. But back to the match. The grip is now being set. David Darikian seems not to be really comfortable with the type of setup that he is receiving. They seem really frustrated. Georgi Svetkov pointing out with the grip is. Seems like David Darikian is going to be aiming to shoot directly into the hook. But the only question is he capable of getting into the hook when it is somebody that is as dangerous as Georgi Svetkov is. Since on that left arm is the one arm that he was able to beat. Ooh. Yep, it seems like a bicep tear. Ooh. Ah, that is unfortunate. If that is a bicep tear, oh no. I think it has something to do. If you are gonna be watching on the replay, yep. Yep, it's definitely off. Good to see on the grimacing of Georgi Svetkov's face there, it was not something that he wanted. Yep. Really, really unfortunate stuff. Georgi Svetkov blew his bicep. Seems like he is yeah, it seems like that Georgi Svetkov might forfeit his match against David Darikian. But we just have to wait and see. It seems like the bicep of Georgi Svetkov is not it's gonna be holding up anytime soon. But it seems like Engin Terzi is saying directly to Georgi Svetkov to not continue with the match. It is better to just heal up and come back even stronger. Because a small tear that Svetkov is having is not a position that there should be further tested just out of pride, if that makes sense. But I believe that Georgi Svetkov will not continue with the match, and it will be unwise. And you can even see David Darikian going up to Georgi Svetkov to see how he is doing. Yeah, Georgi Svetkov is forfeiting the match, and it is not in the fashion that he wanted it to. A huge bummer that the match that is ending in this fashion that it's doing. Yeah, you can see from the angle that they are showing that the bicep is off.
We're going to get Georgie to the medical people as early as we possibly can. Tremendously unfortunate there. Nobody wanted to see that. David, yourself, Georgie. So sorry that's happened to you, but we get yourself to the medical staff and let's get you in. Ladies and gentlemen,
yeah, they seem to be getting Georgi Svetkov as fast to the hospital as humanly possible. Not the fashion that David Darikian wanted to win, but still a win is still a win. It really shows the hard work that David Darikian put in was absolutely on point. Really unfortunate that the match ended in this fashion. 37 concurrent viewers and 49 likes. If you haven't already, Smash that like button up so we can get this live stream boosted in the algorithm. We are one like away to be cracking down on the 50 like goalpost, but I do believe that we can reach the 75 likes before the stream is ending. So come on, guys, show the Swedes some support. But
The only possible positive for yourself and the fans at home is that you haven't suffered any damage or any fatigue there. And we know
it will be very interesting to see who they are gonna be matching up David Darikian with the next. Who knows? Maybe Camilla Blonsky? Maybe? Since he was able to beat Georgi Svetkov in the fashion that he was able to do. But then again,
ladies and gentlemen, not in the circumstances anyone would have wanted your winner.
David Darikian, your overall winner. And the next match, which that was Ivan versus Sergey. I see. So, what do you think about this upcoming match? I do believe that Ivan Matushenko is gonna be strong enough to just drag Sergey Kalinichenko into the hook and all the way down to the pin pad. But that really is depending on if his style is strong enough to be doing that. But then again, Ivan Matushenko is a really, really dangerous opponent for anybody in the world, actually. Because Ivan Matushenko's hook pulling style is as dangerous as anything else is out there for the world to see. It is very rare, if not unlikely, that you can see somebody that is able to top roll Ivan Matushenko. If I'm not mistaken, not even Vitaly Laletin was able to top roll Ivan Matushenko successfully. But then again, I might remember it a bit wrong, but that is how much anybody has taken the wrist of Ivan Matushenko. Now let's see. And we are concurrent viewers, 51 likes. Really, really good odds so far. Really, really good odds. So, I do believe that we can reach the 75 likes before the stream is ending. Now that they are calling out Ivan, the Hook Christ of arm wrestling, Matushenko. Now this is gonna be an absolutely phenomenal matchup here, ladies and gentlemen. I do believe that Ivan Matushenko is gonna be the favorite to win this match, but it's gonna be a very, very heavy task when you have somebody that is as dangerous as Sergei Kalinichenko. That is gonna be bringing the raw power to this very matchup. Ivan Matushenko at the right-hand side of the corner. And now Sergei is gonna be bringing the ferociousness and tenacity to this very matchup. Oh my goodness, he is really going in hard into this particular match. And we will have to see if Ivan's hook abilities is gonna be keeping him alive and alive in this match, or the overall raw power that Kalinichenko is having is gonna be too much for the legend from Russia to be handling. So, how will this match go? The grip is now being set, going directly into the referee's grip. The grip is now being held, putting it down Kalinichenko's hand. Now Matushenko's hand. And a one warning given to Kalinichenko. One warning given to Kalinichenko. Now, can they get this match off the go? I have a feeling that we are about to see something exceptional, but, and I pointed out just a few moments ago, Ivan Matushenko's hook abilities is completely out of this world. But the sheer raw power of Sergei Kalinichenko basically forced Ivan Matushenko's elbow at the front of the pad. And if it's going in the fashion that I think it's gonna be going, that is where I think the match itself are gonna be going. Have a drinking game every time I'm saying going. Now by being put down the referee's grip. Will we see something similar? And Ivan Matushenko is forcing into the hook. And we are in a war at the center of the table there, ladies and gentlemen. Sergei Kalinichenko is shaking by the effort, trying to separate the hand from the shoulder line of Ivan Matushenko. But Ivan is driving down to the pin pad, and we are seeing an elbow foul given to Sergei Kalinichenko. Sergei Kalinichenko is given an elbow foul, but a massive effort by both men, giving us an incredible hook war at the center of the table. This is what we are coming for, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, wow, wow. Absolutely. Phenomenal, phenomenal stuff here at the King of the Table 14. Are you excited, ladies and gentlemen? Because I am, and when I'm excited, you are getting excited, so we can trade off that energy with one another. But I have a feeling that the match is gonna be going directly into the hook as previously. And you could see it. That was a very intelligent move by Ivan Matushenko, trying to prevent this slip from happening and just pressed Sergei Kalinichenko's hand down when he was the one going to search for the straps. But the slip happened anyway, and we are getting to the straps yet again. And how's the Bowen commentary? It's okay. I might listen to his commentary when I'm watching the matches individually. But the only commentary that I am bothered by is my own. Alright, now we are seeing the strap is now being applied. And but at the same time, we might see something really fascinating here now. How will Ivan's hook ability affect him inside of the straps? Or will the horsepower be even more amplified when Sergei is being tied to Ivan Matushenko? Maybe the same scenario is gonna be repeating itself, or we will see something fascinating here. It seems like Matushenko is aiming for the press, but Ivan Matushenko is aiming for the top roll. And he is now taking the hand and wrist of Sergei Kalinichenko. They maced the elbow folder, and Kalinichenko is shaking by the effort to get himself over to the center lane, but Ivan Matushenko is the one that is getting the pin here, and you could see that Ivan Matushenko is shaking really hard by the effort. And it seems like Kalinichenko is trying really hard to secure the center lane, but it seems like Kalinichenko is also driving it a little bit way much forward. Maybe he was hoping that Matushenko was gonna get too eager and get his elbow off the back of the pad, but the sheer calmness of Ivan Matushenko kept himself alive and alive, and he is the winner of this particular round. The only question is, can Ivan Matushenko maintain the same ferocity throughout that match? Because I have a feeling that Sergei Kalinichenko will not be going inside of the hook at all, and he is basically gonna be forcing Ivan Matushenko to be pulling in a top roll. Since what we just saw from the first match, I have a feeling that Sergei is gonna be going directly for the dead wrist press. Because I have a feeling that he was anticipating that Ivan Matushenko is not gonna go to a top roll. But unfortunately for Sergei Kalinichenko, Matushenko knows how to top roll. He just chooses to not go there most of the times. But in this, it might work to Matushenko's benefit. But I think that he is gonna be making sure that Kalinichenko does not get anywhere near where he wants it to be. Or Kalinichenko might be showing something else that we have not fully seen before. Who knows? Who really knows at the end of the day? And the start is happening, and we are now inside of the hook yet again. Kalinichenko is shaking by the effort to try to maintain Ivan Matushenko at the center table. But the amount of energy that he is but the sheer effort that he is putting in to have the center lane secured, he is basically floating with his elbow with the amount of sheer force that he is putting inside of that hook in order to maintain the center lane where he wants it to be against somebody in the caliber of Ivan Matyashenko. But I have a feeling that Sergey might get sucked into the hook again, or we might see something else entirely. And they are both deliberately going inside of the hook, and now you can see that this small separation on Ivan Matyashenko was happening. But unfortunately, a second elbow foul is given to Sergey Kalinichenko, and we are seeing a score of 2-0 to Ivan Matyashenko. But it seems like the endurance factor is gonna be playing in now, because as you can see, as hard as Ivan Matyashenko was driving inside of that hook, you could see that the center table lane on Sergey Kalinichenko was way better than Ivan Matyashenko. So in this fashion, I believe that the endurance game is gonna be the overall factor for Kalinichenko to be winning this match. If he can just keep himself a bit patient and not rush the lane to hit the victory pad, he has a way to go. He has the potential to win this super match if you are thinking about it. But if you are overly eager and rushing your way down to the pin pad, you can really mess things up when it comes to dancing with the elbow and all of that. So that is why you need to stay calm and control your emotions in that moment of time. Because if you are not doing that, you are basically setting yourself up for failure, which is somewhere you really do not want to be in. And inside of the hook we are getting, and we just saw a shoulder press from Sergey Kalinichenko. The endurance game has now become a factor in this match, and Sergey Kalinichenko is capitalizing on that. Ivan Matyashenko's endurance has completely fallen off the rail, and Matyashenko will probably suffer because of it. "32 concurrent viewers and 54 likes. If you haven't already, be sure to leave a like, subscribe, ring the bell for notification, so we can bump this live stream up in the algorithm, share it around, all of that good stuff. So, and let's get the show rolling. All right. You can see the extra fierce energy sparking from Sergey Kalinichenko when he is feeling like that he has it in the bag if he just keep himself composed and not letting himself get overly excited for that particular pin. If Kalinichenko is doing that, then we might see something here. And Kalinichenko is shooting directly in for the press, but his elbow is not dancing around as much as he wanted it, or did not want to. Matyashenko is trying to separate the hand from the shoulder line of Ivan Matyashenko, but the foul is being given to Sergey Kalinichenko, and he is not happy about that one. Sergey Kalinichenko is not happy with that one at all. Because when Matyashenko is trying to separate the shoulder lane of Kalynyshenko, he basically needs to go through Sergey entirely. But the sheer force that Sergey is pushing down on his elbow is basically making it look like that he is having too much Red Bull in that particular area. So we might see if Sergey messes this up, it is not a good look at all. Because then it will show that he had it in the bag, but he is letting himself get too eager that his elbow is practically dancing all over the place. "37 concurrent viewers? Oh my god. This is the first year I decided not to buy." Oh, really? Then you are coming to the right place to just hang out with a bunch of cool people here. Welcome, welcome, Home Gym Physique, to the chat or to the stream. Any audio issues this time? No, actually no. From what I've been hearing thus far. Now Kalynyshenko is back in this arm wrestling match. He goes directly in for the shoulder press, and he is pressing Ivan Matushenko all the way down to the pin pad. That is exactly what I wanted to see from Sergey Kalynyshenko himself. Because from the previous rounds, it was almost like that his elbow was drinking way too much Red Bull, and it basically got wings and just flew away into the distance. But once he was able to anchor his elbow down, he had a lot more power to access once that was being applied. Because if you are basically getting too eager, you're basically letting your elbow elevate, and that is not some place you really do not want to be in. And that was a really, really quick hit by Sergey Kalynyshenko, as you can see here on the replay. Really quick hit into the press, and I do believe that is gonna be something that he wants it to be in. 39 people watching and 54 likes. We are trying to reach the goal post of 75 likes. So if you haven't already, be sure to spam that like button so we can get there. Come on, guys. I know we can do it. I know we can do it. Now let's see. 2-1. That is the lane where he wants to be. So it will be really interesting to see if that is gonna be the case. I do believe that if Sergey wants to have this win, he needs to access that press again. And Ivan Matushenko is securing that hook. Sergey Kalynyshenko is driving so hard to drive that arm to the pin pad, but he can't keep his elbow on the elbow pad once he is getting inside of that hook, because once he gets there, he really has no place to go, unless if he is able to anchor that elbow down. If he is not doing that, he is unfortunately gonna be losing this match on fouls, and that is one fact that would really grind the gears of Sergey Kalynyshenko. So if I were him, you will need to anchor your elbow down and stay patient. Because if you're letting... Now, that was a quick hit from Sergey Kalynyshenko directly in to the press, but he is now trying really, really hard to maintain the center table lane against Ivan Matushenko. Ivan Matushenko is trying really hard to separate the hand from the shoulder line, and he is driving that arm directly into the pin pad. And Ivan Matushenko is your winner at King of the Table 14. What an amazing super match, ladies and gentlemen. This was an excellent display of raw hook power with a sudden surprise of the shoulder press that Sergei Kalinichenko was able to bring in this match. Oh my goodness. This was a match that we definitely would love to see more in the future. Absolutely phenomenal stuff. Well, great performance by both men to showing to the entire world that they are here to stay. Ivan Matushenko is your winner here at King of the Table 14. Really, really crazy stuff, ladies and gentlemen. All right, let's see. All right, we'll see. Yeah, you can hear how much that really took out from the energy of Ivan Matushenko. Absolutely crazy, crazy stuff here. Really, really awesome stuff. But I do believe that I will still love to see if he can pull against excuse me, if he can pull against maybe Tavberidze. That would still be an interesting super match, at least in my own honest opinion. But if he is pulling against the Tavberidze, he really needs to get his endurance game in check. Because if he is getting this tired against Sergei Kalinichenko, he really needs to step up his endurance game.
Now, Ivan, we've seen you come up to the table in East versus West. The king of the table always give impressive performances.
It will be interesting to see if Ivan is calling out the Tavberidze, but I don't think he's gonna be doing that.
Sagov or Genadi Kvinkvinia. Ladies and gentlemen, massive round of applause for Ivan Matushenko.
Anybody else that could translate what he said there in at his end of speech?
Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to our next matchup on the card, and this one should be just as entertaining as we go into the ladies' open weight. We said it in the last match. Two arm wrestlers, very different points in their careers. One of them played
Jocelyn versus Egle Vaitkute. Now this is gonna be a very, very interesting match to be witnessing here. Here, ladies and gentlemen. 35 people watching, 55 likes. If you are new to the live stream, welcome to Sweden Arm Wrestling Television, a live commentary only. If you if you haven't already, smash that like button, share this live stream around so a lot more people can tune in and be a part of this amazing community. The amount of support that you are giving me is absolutely appreciated. I really appreciate the support that you are giving us here, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I have a feeling that Egle might be having this one in the bag, but I will not be surprised if Jocelyn is able to make this a match. Because if Jocelyn is able to make this a match, then that opens up a whole lot of new doors for the open weight division for the ladies. Because then we might see Jocelyn versus Gabriella, maybe even Barbara, if she is able to make a statement against the dangerous arm wrestler that is Egle Vaitkute. Oh, Bowen and Neil are okay now. Huh. Good on them. Good on them. Now, Egle Vaitkute is now here to show to the world that she still belongs onto the biggest stage of arm wrestling. 41 concurrent viewers and 55 likes. If you haven't already, share this live stream around so a lot more people can tune into this particular live stream commentary. Alright. Can Jocelyn make this a match? I have a feeling that once she is able to set the hook on Egle Vaitkute, maybe we are gonna be seeing a really surprising match, but I will not be surprised if Egle Vaitkute shows that she is still the gatekeeper of excellence when it comes to the overall title of the women's super heavyweight division. So now we have to wait and see where this all is going to be going. But then again, we are going directly to the referee script. Going directly to the referee script. So now, grip is now being set. Will we see something here or not? Can Jocelyn get what she needs? Yeah, Egle was maintaining the height and made sure that Jocelyn could not get into the straps where she wanted it to be. If Jocelyn can get into the straps, we might see an interesting turnaround here. But it seems like... yeah, I can see that she is all over the index finger knuckle on Jocelyn there, so... Egle Vaitkute with a complete flash pin there, and showing directly why she is the gatekeeper of excellence when it comes to the super heavyweight division. But from what I saw on the setup there, Egle's index finger was all over the index finger knuckle on Jocelyn. And it did seem like that the pressure was on the index finger knuckle there, and Jocelyn was basically, if I can, was basically almost like this. So if Jocelyn wants to have anything in the bag, she just needs to get to the straps and not let Vaitkute get away with as much that she was being given in that particular set of setup. But then again, the referees see stuff that we might not see, so that might be the case here. And now will we see a slip to the straps? Now we are seeing the slip to the strap that I was anticipating, because they were both in a neutral position, and Vaitkute tried really hard to make sure that Jocelyn had nowhere else to go. But now we will see if that is gonna be making any progress, or if it is gonna be the same soup all over again. But I have a feeling that the strap will significantly will help Jocelyn a lot if she is getting what she needs, and she is able to get something. Jocelyn has officially gotten the brakes on Vaitkute and forced Egle to drive directly down to the pin pad with a busted hand all the way down. That was really unexpected to see that Jocelyn was able to do something against Vaitkute in the fashion that she was able to do. Really, really awesome to see that Jocelyn was able to get something, to get a purchase on the hand and wrist on Vaitkute. But the overall intelligence and table awareness of Vaitkute is what is keeping herself alive and alive in this particular fashion. Absolutely amazing stuff here at East versus West. Jocelyn, you have officially arrived at East versus... what am I saying? I'm always saying East versus West when it comes to Turkey, so I get it mixed up. I'm not the only one here, so. But I think Jocelyn will try again to get into the straps, but now that Egle knows what kind of power Jocelyn is bringing, she probably does not want to have this in a career-ending death war. Now Vaitkute is getting the same purchase again all over on the index finger. Yeah, a smart move by Jocelyn to be complaining in that fashion, because it seemed like that the index finger was all over her index finger knuckle, so she rightfully protested, and that was a smart move to get it as neutral as possible there. Now grabbing the thumb there, trying to making sure that Jocelyn had nowhere else to go. But it seems like when the backhand of Vaitkute is facing the referee, it's like she is getting extra purchase on getting her index finger all over Jocelyn's index finger knuckle. It seems like that is the case in this particular super match that we are witnessing here. And a second... A second warning, which results in a second foul, and with a score of 3-0 to Vaitkute. My good... Oh. Brisson with those elbow fouls! Come on! I haven't paid $25 to be seeing matches and some fouls like this. Come on! Yeah, I know the referees are just doing their jobs, but it is really frustrating, ladies and gentlemen. This is like the third match in a row. Yeah, not in a row, but the third match out of the entire card that has been ending on fouls. Man, really frustrating, to say the least. Oh my goodness. Yeah. But it's a very frustrating situation to be in, especially when you want to see some great matches, but then they are ending on fouls like this. And I'm not bashing the referees, because I know that they are doing their jobs at the end of the day. But in this fashion... But then again, if it is written in the rule book, then that is simply the way it is. Hopefully the internet connection is somewhere in the fashion that I wanted it to be in. All right. Yeah. Hopefully everything is as it should be. But it's still a frustrating way to be winning or losing a match when it's decided on fouls. But it seems like I still want a rematch with Egle and Jocelyn in the near future. But it's still a bit frustrating to see a match that has the potential, as this one had, to be ending on fouls in the fashion that it just did. But then again, Egle Vaitkute is your winner of this match. Yeah, she was really dominant at the end of the day. All right, the next match. Oh. Oh. Paul Linn versus David Samushia. 33 concurrent viewers and 55 likes. This is really good odds so far. Really great audience I have here at SwedenArmwrestling Television live commentary. thank you to each and every one of you that are a part of this live stream. You have no idea how much it really means to me when you are giving me this type of support. Thank you very much. Ending on fouls is ridiculous. Yep. It's like 3 matches on the entire card that has been ending on fouls. I mean, at least for me, I spent... it's probably like small nitpicks, but when I am paying for this much, I really wanted to see matches and all of that. But I know if it is in the rule book, it is in the rule book, and it is the way it is at the end of the day. But I still want to see some great matches, you know? Man. Michael Todd match happened yet? Nope. Hasn't happened yet thus far. It is the last match of the entire card. So you are a bit early when it comes to that particular one. I do believe that we can reach 75 likes before the stream is over. I do honestly believe that we could. That we can do it. Do it. Do it. Linn versus David Samushia. The match that started it all with the legacy that is David Samushia. Ever since that super match, he has been beating arm wrestlers left, right, and center. Really showcasing the legacy that he has been putting in with this particular super match. So, now Linn and David Samushia really goes to show that David Samushia has been wanting to face Linn ever since their awesome match that they had all those years ago. So Samushia has properly dreamt of this match, been having nightmares of this match, and have been wishing to have this arm wrestling match against the Terminator of the United States. That is Linn. So now we have to see if Linn or if David Samushia is able to bring this one home, or if Linn's overall power is still gonna be way too much for David Samushia to handle. With that dragging hook style that he so relentlessly want to be in. Linn with his low hand style of the setup, showing exactly where he wants to be and making sure that David Samushia does not get any purchase at all in the setup game that is in King of the Table 14. David Samushia is seemingly getting frustrated with how they are applying the setup. You can see that that type of a setup that Linn is doing is something that he really does not want to have a part of. Because when you are pulling against somebody that pulls really hard as a Linn, and with the dragging style that he has, that is something that he does not want to have. I zoned out a little bit there. Alright, now we will see both men moving at the same time in the referee's grip. So the match is gonna get restarted. Jocelyn did not win the super match, the truth. But there were some lanes where Jocelyn could make it a match if she was able to get into the straps. But at the end of the day, Egle was simply way too experienced for Jocelyn. Referee's grip is now being settled in. Who is gonna get what they want from this particular setup? Will we see something extraordinary or something out of the ordinary? And Paul Linn took complete hand control of David Samushia. David Samushia was aiming directly to the straps, and he was able to get to the straps. But a big smile on Paul Linn's face in that particular slip. Because he felt that he was in control. And when you feel that you are in control, you definitely are showcasing it to your opponent that you are in control. But now, both men love to be inside of the straps. So can they get access to that power? Or will the extra power from the other guy completely nullify what they wanted to be in? We just have to wait and see how that is gonna be going. Yeah, Paul Linn is usually 60 kilos heavier than David Samushia. And that was a quick pin! That was a outright dominant flash pin by Paul Linn. Oh my goodness. That was even faster than last time that they faced each other. You can see there on the replay. Perfect setup by Paul Linn, and he immediately drove that arm all the way down to the pin pad. Absolutely perfect start by Paul Linn there. He pulled exactly in the fashion that you needed to pull against somebody that has the style of David Samushia. That was absolutely beautiful style of arm wrestling that Paul Linn just did against Samushia. Now, theoretically, if Paul Linn can do the exact same thing 2 times more, he will be probably the only one thus far that has beaten David Samushia. So if Paul Linn can just keep doing the same thing, he has this one in the bag. But the only question is, can he get where he needs to be 2 times more? Now, that is a question that we will probably get some answers from in some mere moments. Because when somebody is pulling as hard as Paul Linn is doing in the specific style that he is doing, David Samushia has basically nowhere else to go. Because when somebody is driving that hard sideways with a pronation and cup at the same time, so it basically looks a little bit like this. And once somebody is getting that, the guy that is supinating is basically having a one-way ticket down to the pin pad. If you are not strong enough to be dealing with that type of pressure. Similar setup is from the previous round in this round as well. Now the setup is now being applied here. Now the grip is now being set. Linn is aiming really hard to the left side of the elbow pad to make sure. Whoa. Can I see that? It seems like Linn was immediately letting that one go. Yeah, I want to see that. Oh, you can see, but he's still. Yeah. Linn felt like he was getting caught in the crossfire, so he immediately got out of dodge. It was almost like you tipped your toe into ice cold water and then you just ran out of there just to maintain your body heat. That is how quick Linn was getting out of there, because he really did not want to be in that position. Now David Samushia was moving early and getting a warning in the process. But that was a much better start from Linn. If he could just have timed it, it would have been perfect. But the question is, can he do the exact same thing thrice? So, can Linn do it again? Or will David Samushia finally get purchase in this particular match? Because both men have a lane that they wanted to be in, but the guy across the table from them has the power to nullify where they want to be. And now Linn is giving a warning because he was moving in the referee's grip, because it seemed like he was loading, and the referees was able to catch that. But I think if Linn is able to just make this one as quickly as possible, he has a lane where he wants it to be, and now he seems a bit frustrated. And he is now being caught inside of the hook. But I think that was a bit fortunate for Linn, since he was being caught inside of the hook, and it seemed like David Samushia was starting slowly like that. Just a tiny little bit. And those increments of millimeters that you are getting in the setup can really benefit you a lot. But it was fortunate in this case for Linn to be losing that one on fouls, because if that would have continued on without any calling of the elbow foul, I do believe that Linn would have exerted a lot more energy that he does not want to do. Especially when you are pulling against a endurance monster that is David Samushia. So we just have to wait to see now. Man, I'm repeating that phrase a lot. But I think we might see something similar happening, or maybe we see something similar that happened during round 1. Who knows? Who knows at the end of the day? one more year for Jocelyn will be amazing. Yeah, I do agree with you there, Drew. She has massive potential to really mess things up in the super heavyweight division. But the question is, who can you match Jocelyn with the next? Who knows? But then again, we'll going back to that matter in a moment. Right now I have a live commentary match to be going over here. Now, David seems not to be happy with that, and he immediately went out of dodge. Yeah. Showcasing to Paul Linn that he was pulling, but did you were pulling a lot of back. Now Paul Linn seems to be a bit confused with what just happened there. Pointing out to Paul Linn there, hey, you were loading there. You were loading there. Now, this is a question of whoever gets the bite on the other guy is the favorite to be winning that particular round. And you could see there, once Samushia felt that he needed to get out of dodge, he was able to do just that. Because whenever Samushia is feeling like he needs to be in the straps in order to be doing anything at all against the current opponent that he is having, that is something that the Samushia really enjoys to do. I mean, if you're thinking about it, if you're feeling like your hand is gonna be going anyway, you might as well just get to the straps, and hopefully your chances are gonna increase from there. So hopefully we will see whoever gets their A game first. But now, Paul Linn, Samushia in the straps. One foul on Paul Linn, and the score is 1-1. Samushia is being a bit frustrated there with the wrist positioning. And Samushia tried to shoot in for the hook early. But they saw both men was moving at the same time. So they are basically just gonna restart the match all over again. Now they are just being a bit quicker with the grip. And that a pin. That was a pin. Paul Linn is furious. Paul Linn is furious. Wow, that is the first time I've seen Paul Linn absolutely lose his temper on that. Now we will see the camera reviewing, but yeah, but Samushia, from the angle I saw, that Samushia was driven to the pin pad. Seems it was yeah, it's a clear pin. It was a yeah, it was definitely a clear pin. At least from the angles I saw, it was definitely a pin. But it was very good off the Linn to be outright public of that particular match. Because it has happened a lot, especially when it comes to these type of super matches, that the referees spot something and it isn't something to be spotted at all. And in that fashion, that is one of the many reasons why the audience has demanded that they set up proper review cams at the side of the tables. But it's really fortunate that they were able to do just that from the cameras on the sides. And once you are doing that, you have a much more clearer perspective on everything that is going on around you. Especially when it comes to getting the result that should be the result. If that makes sense. Now we will see. Given as a false start to David Samushia. False start on David Samushia. I thought Linn was dominating. How is Samushia coming back? Yeah, that is a good question. Because from what I've seen, if a Samushia is able to maintain the center table lane, he has a path to victory. But the relentless raw power that Linn is bringing is creating massive problems for David Samushia. And the strap is being applied. The strap is now being applied here, ladies and gentlemen. And if you're referring to how did Samushia get a pin over Linn, it is basically because Linn was fouling himself out in the second round, because he was doing everything in his power to not make it a career-ending death war. Because once he was getting caught, he basically ripped his hand away in order to get the foul and the restart. And once he was doing the restart, he couldn't keep his elbow down, and he fouled himself from there once more. So that is why David Samushia is having a pin against Linn, or a pin. Very, very intelligent arm wrestling by Linn, making sure that he even made sure that he had the buckle towards him. That not a whole lot of people will point that out, especially when it comes to these type of super matches. But the question is, can Linn do it? Can he show to the world that he is leveling up once more and he is the kryptonite of David Samushia's legacy? And that was a quick pin by Paul Linn, and he has proven to the world that he is the only man in East versus West history that has proven that he is the kryptonite of David Samushia. Paul Linn with the outright super duper, how do you call it, table awareness was absolutely phenomenal. Well done by Paul Linn to be doing this at East versus West 14. East, king of the table. This is like the 5th time that I'm saying East versus West. Oh my goodness. Oh. Really awesome stuff. Amazing stuff by Paul Linn to be doing this against a high caliber polar that is David Samushia. Absolutely. If I were Paul Linn, I would like to see a rematch between him and Sasho Andreev, because that will be really interesting. The next logical super match for Paul Linn to be having, as I said previously, is against Sasho Andreev. Because if this is the fashion that Paul Linn is going to be bringing, then that match would be the next logical step for Sasha Andreev.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a performance from the mighty and the diligent Mr. Paul Linn, the White Hawk.
I would love to see a rematch between him and Sasha Andreev. But we will see who is going to be the next opponent for Paul Linn. But I think that... Oh, it seems to be having a commercial break. And that is what I am also gonna be doing. I will take myself a small breather, and I will be back in just a few. Be right back, guys. Enjoy this music in the meantime. Alright. I am back, ladies and gentlemen. Been missing me? I think you have. Now let's see. Are they back with the stream or in that regard? Nope. Not back with the stream whatsoever. Alright, now let's see how many is still here. Any Swedish tasty cakes coming up? In what context? Home gym physique? In what context? This might sound bad, but I'm surprised Engin has still not got himself into good shape. His arms are looking pretty skinny and still walks around. Maybe he has not gotten the proper motivation just yet. Or maybe it is because of old injuries that has been peeking out of the bed sheet just to scare the living piss out of anybody. I don't know. But hopefully that we can see Ingen Terzi back into the previous shape that he was when he was still pulling. Because that massive pronator and massive pronation that man is possessing is absolutely mega. How he is able to do the things when he was in a top shape or relatively good shape, nobody could top roll that man's wrist. That is how amazing his hand wrist strength and pronation strength is all about. Ah, you're referring to the Swedish semla. Not this time. Yeah, she's a keeper. Yeah, definitely she's a keeper. She's mine. She is mine. But yeah, it was a sweet one that it was called a semla. It has like some ingredients inside, and then it has some whipped cream in it. So with some sparkling sugar or whatever that is called. So that is definitely something I liked to have, or in that specific regard. I'm a bit curious how the creation board is looking. 14,078. Nice. I think I've earned like maybe 25 more subscribers, maybe. That is really awesome. We are 22 subscribers away to be reaching 14,100. So if you haven't already, be sure to spam that subscribe button so we can get this live stream boosted, or this YouTube channel boosted, so we can get closer and closer to 100,000 subscribers. I know it is still a mountain climb to Mount Everest to be reaching that number, but in a few years, I believe that we can reach to that specific number. The road ahead might be a grueling, career-ending one, but I do believe that we will get there eventually. Alright, how many matches are left? Now we are 4 matches left. Genadi Kvinkvinia versus Ibrahim Sagov. Artur Makarov versus Daniel Prokopchuk, Todd Hutchings versus Rustam Babayev, and Michael Todd versus Vitaly Laletin. 4 matches left, ladies and gentlemen. We are 4 matches left before we are getting ourselves into the main event that we all have been waiting for. All right, just gonna see. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Let's introduce our athletes firstly. One of the most savage and powerful arm wrestlers on the roster. Please give a round of applause and welcome Ibrahim Sagov.
Now this is gonna be a very, very awesome super match. I honestly believe that we are gonna be seeing a hook war of hook wars. Mano a mano. Man against man. Man mot man. Hook power versus hook power. Sheer will versus ferocity. The immovable object against the powerful storm, or whatever that is called. Genadi Kvinkvinia was able to make weight in the fashion that he was able to do. Not a whole lot of people were expecting him to be in the fashion that he was gonna be going in here. Genadi Kvinkvinia. Man, oh man, oh man. Genadi, the Georgian General Kvinkvinia, has now entered the stage. And he is showing to all of us that he is here to stay. Genadi, the Georgian General Kvinkvinia, has now entered the stage. He is definitely gonna be showing to all of the world that he is here to stay. And I do believe that Genadi Kvinkvinia might be returning back to the 115 kilo category. Or maybe the category itself is gonna be a bit too easy, so he's gonna be forced to go back up again. But still, I do believe that we are gonna be seeing a fantastic battle. Or if the drastic weight cut is gonna be too much for the body of Genadi to handle. But then again, we know nothing unless that ready go is gonna be happening. Alright. And ready go, and that was a massive quick pin by Ibrahim Sagov. Oh my goodness. That was a great inside press by Ibrahim Sagov. I was not expecting that. Really quick hit all the way down to the pin pad. Absolutely crazy how strong that inside press was. Seems like Genadi Kvinkvinia needs to rethink his strategy, because the strategy that he was thinking about using did not work at all. So now Ibrahim Sagov is forcing Genadi Kvinkvinia to rethink his strategy, because once he was unable to get where he wanted, Genadi Kvinkvinia got driven down to the pin pad faster than Muhammad Ali could switch down the lights and go back to the bed before the room went dark. Now Genadi Kvinkvinia feels like he has found a lane where he can be, especially when it comes to the raw power factor that Ibragim Sagov is bringing to this match. What Genadi needs to do now is to just make sure that Ibragim Sagov is not getting anywhere near the inside power that Sagov is bringing. So all that Genadi needs to do is make sure that he does not get anywhere near that power at all. But then again, it is easy to see the theoretical side of the arm wrestling scene, that the arm wrestling match that you are witnessing, and a completely different one when you are up against that particular arm wrestler. The grip is now being set. Referee's grip is now. Can Genadi Kvinkvinia find something? And Genadi Kvinkvinia receiving the warning. Moving in the referee's grip gives a warning. If you're talking about King of the Table rules, East versus West rules, or anything in that regard. Genadi Kvinkvinia really needs to make sure that Sagov does not get anywhere close to that hook, because otherwise he's gonna get ran over! Genadi Kvinkvinia is looking to get ran over here at King of the Table 14. As you could see there, that was not something that you really wanted to be a part of. Because it did look like that Genadi Kvinkvinia was furiously rubbing that elbow, and when you are loading really, really high, and then you're getting taken off center by a raging ball that drives really hard sideways, that really puts on a lot of tasks or a lot of pressure on the inner ligament that you really do not want to be in. But I have a feeling that the drastic weight cut that Genadi Kvinkvinia did for this match really seems to be backfiring. Now Genadi Kvinkvinia seems to be trying to initiate a dead wrist press against the shoulder-driven presser that is Ibragim Sagov. But the only question is, can he get even access to that very press? When somebody is trying to press with a shoulder-driven movement like that. Now, the grip is now being set. I think that Genadi is gonna be trying the same technique that he tried previously. But it was just simply... Yeah, as the Neil Pickup mentioned during the live stream, I thought he was done as well. Yeah, I think, in my opinion, I think that drastic weight cut that Genadi Kvinkvinia did for this match might be backfiring a lot. Because if you are doing that massive weight cut and then coming right back up, can really mess up your performance a lot. So if you are not careful, it can really, yeah. That seems to be the case in this super match. Very unfortunate that it was happening in this fashion. But at the end of the day, when you are facing somebody that is as shoulder driven as you are, or a lot more aggressive than you are, then basically you have nowhere else to go, if that seems to be the case. But Ibrahim Sagov seemed to be the better athlete of the day. And Genadi Kvinkvinia, yeah, that was simply way too much. Genadi Kvinkvinia shows, or Ibrahim Sagov shows why he is a force to be reckoned with, and there are only a few men in the world that can be dealing with that type of shoulder pressure that he is bringing to this particular match. So I do want to see a rematch between Ibrahim Sagov and Todd Hutchings, but at the same time, I wanted to see Ibrahim Sagov against Babayev, because I think that would be a very, at least an interesting clash of styles when it comes to that type of matchup. But then again, I might be wrong. So, but I think Genadi, if he is gonna be doing this massive amount of weight cut, he really needs to do that way beforehand, because if you are doing that as drastically as he did, you can, it really can mess your inner elbow up, and you are not recovering as well if you are doing that massive dump of a weight cut, because it can either help you or it can really backfire against you. Ibrahim Sagov, you're a winner here at East versus West. East versus West. Fuck. King of the table. Man, this is really confusing. I mixed up a King of the Table, East versus West throughout the entirety of this live stream. Oh shit. Totally forgot. Sorry about that. That is the score. Genadi versus Sagov 4-0. Sorry about that, Berserker, but thank you for reminding me there. I had such a focus with the actual match that I forgot to update you guys. By the way, just doing it like this.
I don't think it was too much weight, but I think he was too affected by it, and or amazed by it. I think that if it was real Superman, I wouldn't stand a chance. Every time how much weight, I think Genadi first match, he's amazing.
Incredibly
All right. All right, I've started another goal. All right. Okay. We are 3 matches left, ladies and gentlemen. We are 3 matches left. So, are you guys ready? I know you are definitely ready for the last 3 matches, as I am. All right, which is gonna be the next?
I think I would like to pull super heavyweight to be Alex. Just like the very big and strong ones.
Yeah, it seems like Sagov is gonna be jumping up to the super heavyweight division.
against Genadi Kvinkvinia. Does he want to say something else there, mate? Пользуясь случаем, хотел бы сказать большое спасибо всем, кто болел за меня, всем, кто здесь в зале. Спасибо и стресс. Спасибо. I think both of them. Спасибо. Ребята, которые помогают мне.
I still will see him, or would love to see him against the Devon. Because it will be interesting to see if he can actually deal with that type of a tricep pressure if Devon decides to cut down to 115 kilograms. But at the moment, it seems will be interesting to see nonetheless. But at the end of the day, I think that the Laletin is gonna be simply too much.
Ladies and gentlemen, he is your winner tonight. He is the new interim
Yeah. But it's still an impressive fashion that Ibrahim Sagov showed case to the world. That he is here to stay and nothing can be done about that. I would still love to see him against Rino Sasek or Sasek. Okay, the next match on the card, match number 10. Makarov versus Daniel Prokopchuk. I have Prokopchuk as the favorite. Oh, I have Makarov as the favorite. But I still think that Prokopchuk might be able to do to make a match out of this. But then again, I might be wrong. Daniel Prokopchuk entering the stage. Looking like he is ready to throw in the match that he so desperately wants. Smiling assassin from Moldova, Daniel Prokopchuk, entering the stage. But the only question is now, can Prokopchuk do anything against the awkward style that Artur Makarov is bringing to this match? Really, we just have to wait and see if that is gonna be the case. We're seeing another East versus West title shot on the line. Artur Makarov entering the stage with the title belt. Will Makarov be able to do anything? Or I think I just saw Artem Grishin at his corner. I haven't seen him in like a couple of years now, actually. Daniel versus Artur. All right, gonna be checking. Laletin win. He hasn't polled yet. It's good that you are here to remind me, Berserker. Thank you for that. By the way, guys, if you haven't liked the stream yet, be sure to do so right now, because I have a feeling that we are gonna be getting ourselves to 75 likes, and with the support that you are giving, really helps out a lot to get into that particular goal spot. Oh, both men are agreeing directly to go to the strap. Daniel Prokopchuk has found a lane that he could put the brakes on, but Artur Makarov really drove that one to the pin pad, and Prokopchuk had nowhere else to go. Prokopchuk tried really hard to maintaining the pronation, but the sheer force directly to the pad opened up the arm of Daniel Prokopchuk, and Prokopchuk could just shake his head and just take that one back with him. But Daniel Prokopchuk really needs to get more pronation control against Artur Makarov, because if you are losing the pronation control against somebody that is as dangerous as Artur Makarov is, you really need to be more efficient when it comes to that type of polling. And I know that Prokopchuk is gonna be trying his best to find a way in order to nullify that internal rotation that Makarov is bringing to this particular match. So, is it possible now? And we are going directly into the straps, and I have a feeling that all of the matches are gonna go directly into the straps. Because that is where both men wants to be, but even more favorable to the man who is on the right side or right hand side of the table, which is of course Artur Makarov. Now we're seeing like Daniel Prokopchuk are gonna go directly into the inside game, and that might be something. Daniel Prokopchuk has maybe found something that he can do something against Artur Makarov. And Artur Makarov shoots directly into the hook, but Prokopchuk casually caught him. But Prokopchuk needs to be careful now that he is not losing his pronator at all. He was dangerously close to the tip side of the elbow pad. But if Prokopchuk are just careful there, he has a way to just out-pronate the Artur Makarov also. If he just stays there, he has a path to victory. He just needs to maintain it. And he has gotten the pin. Daniel Prokopchuk has gotten a pin against Artur Makarov. Although it did seem like he was able to get away with small elbow jumps that the referees were not able to spot. But that does not take anything away that Daniel Prokopchuk was able to catch dead on the hook style of Artur Makarov in that moment in time. And once that match was going directly to a endurance battle, Artur Makarov had basically nowhere else to go. So if I were Artur Makarov, I would try to at least finish the match as quickly as possible. But that's where something, or what am I saying? I will try to finish the match as quickly as possible, but as soon as Prokopchuk changed his style, that was the deciding factor for him to get the purchase that he needed in order to beat Artur Makarov. Bro, are you doing well financially? Because I don't believe ROI from YouTube is definitely not enough. Yeah, I earn a lot of money from my work outside of YouTube, so this is just a fun hobby of mine that I'm getting extra money from. So, but I do dream of having YouTube as more of an income in the future. But in the meantime, this is just a fun hobby that I'm making money from, so not a whole lot, but it's something. So that's why it is really fun for me to do this type of things for all of you guys that are watching. So good to hear, mate. I highly appreciate your work. Thank you very much for your support. And Artur Makarov tried to shoot directly for the pin pad, but were too trigger happy to get into where he wanted to be. So he needs to be a bit more careful so he does not mess this up. But Daniel Prokopchuk is loading really hard to get into the inside of the hook. And once he has gotten the pronation control over Artur Makarov, he is feeling like he had something, but he definitely were losing the touch of the elbow pad, and unfortunately he was driven out on the front. As or the side. As soon as Artur Makarov put on the extra pressure on the pronator of Daniel Prokopchuk in that moment in time, he is doing exactly where he wants it to be. But thanks again for the encouragement right there. Really helps a lot. So And by the way, guys, if you want to support me even further, if you like the type of content that I am doing, please consider becoming a member. Your support is always highly appreciated. Artur Makarov shooting directly for the pin pad, and Daniel Prokopchuk is doing everything in his power to not letting Artur Makarov even near that pin pad. But you can see that the angle of Daniel Prokopchuk is extended a lot in that particular. Daniel Prokopchuk was really furious with that one, and he went directly to the screen to see if the elbow was off or if the elbow pad or the elbow was on the elbow pad. Lost myself there. But that showed that when Artur Makarov tried to pronate through the angle, it was a bit more difficult for Artur Makarov to get what he really needed in that particular moment in time. But as soon as Makarov was shifting to a more dragging style, that resulted in that the angle of Artur or the angle of Daniel Prokopchuk opened up in the process. It did seem like a pin, but it was a bit above the pin pad. Maybe this part of the wrist that was passing down the plane of the pin pad. Maybe it did, maybe it didn't. Who knows? But then again, I think we are gonna be seeing the same soup all over when it comes to the respective styles that both men are gonna be using in this particular moment in time. Now let's see. That's the last match. I think Todd versus Rustam is next. The match after, yeah, that is exactly the order where the match is gonna be. Exactly in that order. And once again, we are going directly into the straps. And we have more of the inside game that the both men are so looking forward to using. Both men are shooting directly into the hook, and you can clearly see from the style that Prokopchuk is using that he is really driving hard into that internal rotation. But I think... And Artur Makarov is really quick off the go, and Daniel Prokopchuk really needs to be careful that his angle is not being separated too much. Daniel Prokopchuk is holding on for dear life that his arm is not going down to that pin pad, but he is millimeters away. Millimeters away. Is that a pin? It looked like a pin, but it should be a pin from the angle that that was showcased to us, but it was given as an elbow foul. But it seems like Artur Makarov is a bit angry with that particular one. It seems like Makarov probably wants to see on the screen if Prokopchuk's hand touched down on the pin pad. But for this is what needs to be the case. But it does look like, yeah, it was off. Seems like the elbow was a bit off at the back of the pad there. Only by that much. But maybe they still are letting that match go through. Maybe, maybe not. But it seems like that might be the case in this particular version. But I believe that the match is gonna be probably the same soup all over. And the eternal waiting happening. But it basically is gonna be the same technique all over again with these two men. But if yeah, they are making sure that they are getting all of the rest needed in order to be doing this type of work. Yeah. Come on, guys, don't take too much time. Oh yeah, the referees are reviewing the footage. What is the call? What is the call? Are they... And this is what is really great, that they are taking the feedback needed, so they can properly review the footage and making the correct call in that particular time. Because it further creates more drama, more anticipation on what the call is. Especially if you are watching it at home, as you and I are doing. It further creates more suspension. And but it still is a bit of a chore to go through, especially when you are sitting in that audience waiting for something particular. Maybe not, I don't know. But yeah, I'm gonna be quickly refilling on my drink here. I will be just back. Much better. Oh, they are giving the elbow foul to Artur Makarov. Yeah, it was basically the correct call when his elbow was off the elbow pad. But I still believe that Artur Makarov can get this done if he is just patient enough to not drag too much off the back of the pad. And Artur Makarov is shooting directly for the pin pad. And Daniel Prokopchuk is holding on for dear life. And he is really making sure that Artur Makarov's pronation are really burning at this point. Artur Makarov is shooting directly for the pin pad, trying to everything. But Artur Makarov gets the pin there. Maybe they did see that Daniel Prokopchuk's hand touched the pin pad before the elbow foul. It did seem like there were no elbow foul there. Not from that playthrough. Maybe it was like a quick one. But if that foul happened before he was pinned, then that it could not be further from the actual truth. 22 concurrent viewers. Really nice that I still have such a great audience out there. Absolutely incredible. Man, oh man. We can only imagine what both athletes are going through. Trying to recollect their breathing, their thoughts, an inner monologue inside of their head. Their arms must be burning at this point. Daniel Prokopchuk is doing everything in his power to keep himself alive and alive. To hold off that much horsepower that Artur Makarov is bringing to this match. And that is something that is not an easy task at all to be dealing with. But if Daniel Prokopchuk is not able to find a way out of this, he has basically nowhere else to go. If he is not protecting his pronation as much as he should be. And once again, we are going directly into the straps. Directly into the straps where both men wants to be. Yeah, you can definitely see how much Daniel Prokopchuk is carving in to get as much purchase on the pronator as humanly possible. But we just have to wait. I do believe that Prokopchuk's bicep must be really burning at this point. So that is why I believe that Makarov is using this to his advantage. To instead of go sideways, he went directly to the back. And that was a quick pin by Artur Makarov. And Artur Makarov is your winner and still king of the table, East versus West, or East versus West Sport world title or world champion is still Artur Makarov. Really fantastic performance by Artur Makarov. To be grinding it out and still proceeds to have the world title in his arms. He is definitely one of my favorite arm wrestlers from Russia. How much force, how much horsepower he's putting in to the work that he's doing.
And he's one of the best coaches that I know now.
Now, before he put the belt back around the waist, Megan says he's going to do that now. Yeah. Third time, and here goes the belt around the waist of Arthur Makarov. Ladies and gentlemen,
Artur Makarov.
tonight, get his belt on, and then we can give this guy a couple of questions. Arthur, there's an old saying, whenever anyone comes into a sport, how bad do you want it? And what tonight is
I do believe who is going to be taking this match with a great anticipation is Mindaugas Tarsaitis himself. But still, who is going to be next for Artur Makarov? That is a great question. Who is going to be next? By the way, guys, we are still one match left before the main event itself is going to be presented to all of us. And that is Vitaly Laletin versus Michael Todd. But the match before that is going to be against Todd Hutchings versus Rustam Babayev.
I want to say thank you to Robert and Linn for this great tournament. This is probably the best event that I've pulled in.
Daniel Prokopchuk, you pulled great. You are great, man. You are great.
it's interesting.
Ingantersi giving out the compliments to Daniel Prokopchuk that he was impressed by the man himself.
Daniel, I wanted to ask, was there anything about tonight's match and his approach to tonight's match that surprised you? Did you expect to see what you got tonight from Daniel?
Will we see something? But the question is, who is left to be putting against Artur Makarov? Maybe some of the newcomers that has won EAF or the WF? Maybe some of them can get a title shot against Artur Makarov? Who knows?
In the first round, I pinned him. I was really surprised.
When you were watching the match together with Brisson and he won the first round. In the second round, Daniel went inside and he won the match. And Brisson said that Daniel's endurance is very, very good. I said,
Yeah, it's the basic. Ingantersi is saying that Makarov's endurance is really, really good.
his endurance is good, but not that great. But the thing with Artur Makarov, when he goes to the court,
He was referring to Prokopchuk first,
I know this. I know this.
and saying that
Exactly what happened.
in,
Every round
Makarov's endurance might not be as great as Prokopchuk's.
Daniel did. And today it was a technical master. It was incredible match.
But
First round, Daniel tried to go outside. He couldn't control Daniel's tornado, but he hit the sideway, and then he was able to win. And then Daniel
All right.
inside and a hook him, and Arthur tried to beat him in deep hook, and he couldn't beat him. And Daniel won, and then he adjusted the control and he started to drag him.
Mm. Yeah, Ingentersi is basically giving out his analysis of the entire match on stage right there. And then now the translator is gonna be doing the job of just translating it all for Artur Makarov. But it's still an impressive job that he is basically translating everything that Ingentersi is saying, and it is a lot more smoother than what he is doing right now.
One last question before we let
Who is gonna be the next?
enjoy his victory here. We spoke earlier on a few occasions about what this represented. Many people overlook the lightweight category and look at the super heavyweights, where, as Adrian said, there was incredible demonstration of arm wrestling tonight.
Who is gonna be the?
Ago about this representing the very best, the pinnacle of lightweight arm wrestling. You have now faced everyone there is to face.
Who is gonna be in the next?
I know you're hopeful, but do you believe in your heart that right now you are the very best in the world, or is there someone else that you need to prove against?
But the question is now, who is gonna be there? Maybe he has already beaten Mendaugas, and now he has beaten Prokopchuk. So who is there? Let's see.
Question to answer, but I would say everyone who pulls at this event is a champion. Everyone who pulls there is the strongest.
Well, that is a humble way to say it.
Full answer from a magnificent champion. Ladies and gentlemen, he is the champion.
Very humble answer by the champion himself, Artur Makarov.
Appreciation for Arthur Makarov.
Absolutely crazy, crazy stuff here. Yeah, I think I basically set off the timer.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are not done yet.
We are still 2 matches left.
Championship title to the East versus West middleweight world championship title. And I know that so many of you can't wait for this match. Ladies and
I do believe that
now, as they await backstage for their introduction. Firstly, this legend of Ukrainian and global arm wrestling needs no introduction anywhere in the game of Iron Arms. As a
all right.
national champion in his home nation of Ukraine, multiple EAF European champion, and multiple.
Now let's get this on the way, ladies and gentlemen. We are in the final 2. And also, we are in the 11th match of the evening. Rustam Babayev is now entering the stage. They faced each other once before, all those years ago. And we are now seeing the rematch that people have been wanting to see ever since they fought against each other in 2017, if I'm not mistaken. Fun fact, when you're talking about that particular super match, I was present during that arm fight event with Andrei Pushkar, Michael Todd. I was present during that event itself, and it was absolutely incredible, that entire event. But now, 8 years later, we are finally seeing something extraordinary. The rematch that people have been talking about since Todd Hutchings definitely made a name for himself in the international stage of arm wrestling. So now, this match is something that I have been looking forward to see. Very interesting choice of a song from Todd Hutchings there.
Unorthodox, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, now we are finally in the match, or one of the matches that I have been looking forward to see here at East versus West. I still continue to say East versus West, oh my goodness. But at the King of the Table, will Rustam Babayev do the same soup all over all those years ago? Or will Todd Hutchings finally have the center table lane necessary in order to be dealing with the explosive hook power that Rustam Babayev is possessing? We will now see if that is gonna be possible. I do believe that Todd Hutchings is able to put the brakes on Rustam Babayev, but that is only if that is gonna be able to be the case. Here we go. Being put on the grip. And Rustam Babayev is given the warning. The grip is now being applied. How is that gonna be ending up? The grip is now being set. And we saw an unexpected top roll from Todd Hutchings right there. He unexpectedly went to the top roll against Rustam Babayev there. But Rustam Babayev receives an elbow foul in the process. Grip is now being set. And Todd Hutchings has officially put the brakes on Rustam Babayev, but receives an elbow foul in the process. People did not believe me that Todd Hutchings, or when I said that Todd Hutchings could put the brakes on Rustam Babayev. But yet again, as you can see there on the replay, once Todd Hutchings was able to put the brakes on Rustam Babayev tried really hard to get himself where he wanted it to be. But the raw side pressure that Todd Hutchings brought was definitely something that he did not want to have. He did not want it to be sucked into the hook where Toddzilla likes to drag his victims. But then again, can Rustam Babayev make the adjustment necessary? Or will the same thing happen all over again? But that was a really brilliant move by Rustam Babayev to hit out on the outside. And that made Todd Hutchings spin out to actually spin out of the hand and get it to the straps right away. And once he was able to do just that, he had a lot more lane to use. Because usually he is the one that is always holding on. But now that Rustam Babayev hit out on the top roll, he basically went like that, spinning out. And that is something that is really good, especially when you are pulling against somebody that is going that hard on the outside and you are not the one that is holding on. All right. The grip is now being set. And Todd Hutchings is now the one who is initiating to the inside of Tug. Rustam Babayev is trying everything in his power to maintain on the center line. But Todd Hutchings is the winner of this round. Oh my goodness. Todd Hutchings really showed that he was the man to stay. Rustam Babayev tried everything in his power to try to maintain the center lane control, but he was not able to do that because of the relentless downward pressure that Todd Hutchings is putting down on that particular moment in time. Oh man! People thought I was fucking crazy that I believe that Todd Hutchings was gonna be doing something against this version of Rustam Babayev. But I don't know, maybe they are looking for a foul that is happening here. I don't know. Will we see something that Todd Hutchings? Maybe? I didn't see any elbow foul there. I did not see any elbow foul there, but maybe they were watching if Rustam Babayev actually went down to the pin pad. Maybe, maybe not. But in this fashion, Todd Hutchings has definitely improved all those years ago. He has definitely taken the lessons necessary, taking everything that he has been doing and improved on them and making sure that he is here to stay. Rustam Babayev, do you have anything left? I have a feeling that you do have something to still offer a lot of us to the arm wrestling world. But then again, when you're facing against somebody in the form that Todd Hutchings is bringing to this particular match, as you can see here on the replay, he is driving that hard and is definitely giving Rustam Babayev a run for his money. You can see how much he's really putting in the effort to try to hold Todd Hutchings over the pin pad. He had basically nowhere else to go. Yeah, that was definitely a pin from at least from that angle. Yeah, it did seem that I don't know from that maybe. No, I did not see any elbow fold there. Nope, I did not see any elbow foul there. Maybe they were checking to see if there were any actual foul there. Ah, it seems like they were restarting that match. Yeah, still 0-0. But then again, it's still is a way to finalize the absolute perfection that Todd Hutchings has been bringing to that particular pulling style. Because now he is being anchored down on Rustam Babayev and has a lot more access to the power that he needs in order to put as much burn into the angle of Rustam Babayev as humanly possible. The grip is now being set. Will Rustam Babayev find a lane that he can adjust from? And now Rustam Babayev is trying really hard. A second foul on Todd Hutchings. And Rustam Babayev is the winner in this match. But yeah, it still shows that Rustam really needs to grind it hard all the way to the back in order to be as efficient with the arm power that he really wants to have. But then again, it really also goes to show how much Todd Hutchings have excruciating amount of arm power in that angle of his. If Todd Hutchings can just anchor his elbow down and not letting the elbow just fly all over the place, he has a lane to victory. And in Rustam Babayev's corner there is his sister, Snezana Babayeva. And seems like it seems like Rustam Babayev torn up a little bit of skin there. All right. Uh, 1-1? Isn't it still round 2? The referee's grip is now being set. And Rustam Babayev with that massive back pressure hit. Todd Hutchings is trying his best to catch the hit of Rustam. He did catch the hit of Rustam, but he was forced at the front edge of the pad, and he had basically nowhere else to go. But Todd Hutchings is still in the game if he is able to put the brakes on where he needs it to be. The grab is being set. And a top rope. Yeah, coincidental elbow fall. Yeah, as Neil Pickup is just stated there, you definitely do not want to turn this into a ginormous foul fest. That is really not where you want it to be. Not at all. Especially in a match of this caliber. If Todd Hutchings can just get to his power zone, he has that one in the bag. Yeah, that looked like a pin. Seems like Todd Hutchings were not able to get the slip that he really were searching for. So for Rustam Babayev to completely shift around with his style and making sure that Todd Hutchings were not able to slip there. Yeah, that was a really brilliant move by Rustam Babayev to completely making sure that Todd Hutchings were not able to slip there. Because if Todd Hutchings were able to slip, the chances of getting to the straps will have increased a lot. But in the instance of Rustam Babayev, that was a very intelligent move by him to not letting Todd Hutchings to slip there. By basically cramping down your fingers and then just spin out that way. Round number 3, with a score of 2-0 to Rustam Babayev.
We'll carry on and talk about the arm wrestling that's in front of us, but they may need to go back and Todd makes a comeback.
Back in the referee script. Might been happening a small mistake on the scoreboard there because it is the round 3, but it says round 4, and it gets really confusing. Yeah, even the athletes are pointing that out. But it's always nice to have the personnel over there to just point out the obvious thing in the room. Grip is now being set. Rustam Babayev has found a plane where he can fly off into the distance, all the way down to the pin pad where he wants to be. Given a is that being given as a false start or as a foul? But that is a really frustrating situation to be in. But it was still a nice containment of Todd Hutchings to still able to still maintain or contain his wrist while Babayev was trying so hard to hit to the back. And from there, he could have been able to get where he wanted it to be. But it seems like now Rustam Babayev's shoulder is no. He tore the shoulder. No. This is not. That is not the way to finish off a title match, but at the end of the day, when it comes to injuries, it is really hard to do something against them once they have been happening. But then again, still your champion of the world, Todd Hutchings. Bit unfortunate that the tear in that shoulder of Rustam Babayev was the deciding factor in this match. But at the end of the day, a win is a win. So by default, Todd Hutchings is your winner with a score of 4-2. If something is by default, it automatically gives the remaining rounds to Todd Hutchings. But I have a feeling that Todd Hutchings really did not want it to win this way. Definitely not the fashion that he wanted it to win in. But then again, what can you do? What can you do? If you play in the sandbox, you have to play by the rules.
So disappointing for Rustam, who was very much in the match there.
Must be a really frustrating situation for Rustam Babayev, Todd Hutchings, and everybody involved in that particular match. But it's maybe the shoulder injury from when he was pulling against Paul Linn.
Dislocate or something in the shoulder. I didn't read it, so I'd rather take 3 months break than go out for 2 years.
Playing it smart. He was pulling with his hand outside of his shoulder, and he tore something, and he said that he'd rather take a 3 months break than be gone for 2 years. Which is a very wise move by Rustam Babayev to do just that. But I can only imagine that that is not the feeling that you really do want to do. Or I want to have. Because it has a bittersweet taste when you are winning a championship match in that fashion, or when you are losing a championship match, when you know if you were a bit more healthy then the match could have been swung towards your favor. So it's a bit anticlimactic to lose a super match in this fashion. But at the end of the day, Todd Hutchings is your winner here at East versus West. East versus. Oh my goodness. King of the table. King of the table, East versus West, title shot. It's really. Oh, it's getting so confusing.
Well, when there's somebody that I'm so worried about losing to, and as soon as the foul, I don't force you to put me on your own forces. You go a little slower and just trying to prevent fouls instead of just being free to go. So I think so, especially football, I thought.
Okay, 26 concurrent viewers and 63 likes. So if you haven't already, be sure to spam that like button. We are trying to reach 75 likes as closely as possible. So with all of you people that are still watching this live stream, thank you very much for the continuous support that you are giving me. The support is very highly appreciated. When it is Michael Todd and Laletin, it is literally the match after this one. So be sure to be tuning in now. Todd versus Laletin, the main event of the evening. Ooh, Irakli in 115.
Versus West middleweight champion of the world, Todd Hutchings.
Man, oh man. It seems like he wants to give Irakli Sirkashvili some extra spanking. I don't know.
I also want to ask Engin Terzi to join us up here. He's also going to have some information, and I will pass the mic over to Mr. Baxter.
Armsport and Tough.
And what news are we gonna be seeing here?
And I want to thank the person who's made all this possible. None of us would be here if it wasn't for this man right here, Engin Terzi. Give a big hand to Engin. Next, I also want to thank Dexter Gant for helping us to reach this next level. And all of our staff here at Xsportnews Sports is incredible. I want to thank each one of them.
Why can't they do this after the event?
I want to announce the next venue, the next event is June 21st for East versus West. This will be East versus West 18 in Chicago, Illinois.
Oh, Chicago.
So far, I said 4 matches, but in a few days I had to see the results and everything. A few days I will finalize the whole card, and those matches, 2 of them so far are world title matches. One will be between our only double champion, Tavberidze, will be pulling Ellen Yangham, Sweden.
Yes! Yes! Haha!
And then the next match,
Ellen Jonaham.
North American
Elin Joneheim versus Fia Reise.
star in person. Another
It is now fucking official.
Chikadze will be facing Artem Morozov with right arm.
Ooh. Now I'm getting excited.
And then we have a very, 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 very high level left arm match, very anticipated. There has been some drama, like about the practice pools, you know, if people posted the matches in order or not order. But Alex Kurdecha is coming to Chicago
Devon.
with left arm to face Devon Larat.
Yep.
And the last
I knew
one,
the.
and
I have a feeling that match was
you
gonna be
all know
happening.
that Levan Saginashvili, our super heavyweight world title holder, will face Hermes Gasparini. And you guys remember their first match. And when I said this match again for second time, when I talked with Hermes said, Engin, I hope to perform and give Levan
Elin Joneheim.
recently. Not
Is
long ago,
getting a match on
when I
East
talked to
versus
Hermes
West.
said, Engin, I'm not coming there to give a hard match to Levan. I'm coming there to beat Levan. So this guy really believes that he can beat Levan, while we know that Levan Saginashvili is our superstar, the strongest, in my opinion, with right arm, the strongest arm wrestler who ever lived. And then when I said the rest of the matches, anyone who will be going there to watch in person, like you will witness something historical. Just don't miss it. This is what I'm saying. If Engin Terzi is telling you the card will be beautiful, you know that I mean it. Thank you guys. And also I want to say that, as you guys know, that we organize East versus West always in this location. And when we first time organized the Orlando event, East versus West 14, I realized that these events like couldn't stay in one location, and we had to do that international. And then I really needed someone to bring
All right.
to the next level. And this is
Wait,
round
is it time?
six.
Yeah.
So front of
After the small announcement that Engin Thursday is bringing to this,
unreplaceable, my friend. Incredible.
and it was really cool to see that Elin Joneheim is getting the first match announced.
Should we finish this thing off? Our main event comes
Laletin versus Michael Todd. It is time now, ladies and gentlemen. It is time now for the main event of the evening.
for King of the Table 14. And this is the main event of the evening.
Monster Michael Todd versus Vitaly Laletin. I think the match is gonna be best of 5, if I'm not mistaken. But it's gonna be a fascinating match to see which one of these athletes are gonna be the next
Arm wrestling fans,
man in line to be facing the Georgian Hulk of arm wrestling. That is Levan Saginashvili. All right, let's see. And Monster Michael Todd entering in with the God of War theme music. Now that is one focused motherfluffer. Can he be doing what many people believe impossible? 31 concurrent viewers, 64 likes. Can we bump this live stream to over 75 likes before this stream ends? I believe that we can do so. Oh, I'm getting so much energy from this. Absolutely crazy amount of energy from this particular match. But I'm probably getting more energy just by feeling the extra energy that Elin Janne, one of my representatives from SwedenArmwrestlingTelevision, is having a match on East versus West in Chicago. Wow! Man, oh man, oh man. I do look forward to that. But without further ado, let's get into the meat of this meal. Vitaly Laletin coming in ready and really fierce. Man, he is definitely ready to go in this one specific match. Monster Michael Todd, Vitaly Laletin is now at the king of the table 14. Man, oh man, oh man. We are now looking at something truly magnificent here, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely crazy stuff. Monster Michael Todd, can you do what people are thinking it's possible? Let's see on the poll. 392 people have been voting. Vitaly Laletin at 68%. Monster Michael Todd at 32%. But now that this match is on the way, will Monster Michael Todd do anything against one of the most difficult arm wrestlers to be polling against in the name of Vitaly Laletin? Monster Michael Todd, can you do what many people deem to be impossible? Pointing out that he is not getting the grip he wants to, and the referee's grip is now being applied. The referee's grip is now being applied here. And for the 28 people that it's watching, if you haven't already, let's get some energy in the chat if you are still here alive and alive-o. Now. Gonna be putting away the beer under the shirt. Maybe Monster Michael Todd might be trimming down that beard just a tiny little bit, because when he is having his beard like that, he actually looks like a complete replica of Kratos himself. But will that be enough? And Monster Michael Todd is trying to be slipping out, but he actually busted a handbag while he was actually sitting on that spot. He was actually able to slip against Vitaly Laletin. But the only question is now, can he do something against Monster or Vitaly Laletin once that strap is being applied? Because if Monster Michael Todd puts the brakes on this man, he has basically secured his path to victory if he's just to stay patient and not letting himself too overly anxious where he needs to be. If he just stays cool and just let Vitaly Laletin burn himself out, we still have a path. He still have a path to victory. Now let's see, can Monster Michael Todd put the brakes on this massive tower that is Vitaly? And Monster Michael Todd has officially put the brakes on Vitaly Laletin. Vitaly is trying all in his power to just drive that all the way down to the pin pad. But Monster Michael Todd is basically playing with Vitaly Laletin in this particular match. Monster Michael Todd basically saying to the referees that he has a wide elbow, and it definitely was not tough. Hmm? Yeah, as Travis Bagent just pointed out, that is still an amazing start for Monster Michael Todd. If he just stays calm and not letting himself get controlled by his own emotions, he has still a path to victory. If he just stays on that King's move or open style top roll, it wasn't actually a King's move we did not even see. He actually pulled in an open style top roll. And that in on itself is really impressive by Monster Michael Todd to not immediately drop into the King's move, but made sure that Vitaly Laletin was in a badly compromised position. Because Monster Michael Todd was in a really great position once that Ready Go was being applied. Oh my goodness. Monster Michael Todd, do you have this one in the bag? And the start is being applied, and Vitaly Laletin trying to secure the height, but Monster Michael Todd is a very comfortable position in an open style top roll, and now Vitaly Laletin is driving that arm down to the pin pad. But Monster Michael Todd is keeping himself alive and alive. Oh, at the center of the table. Monster Michael Todd, how much do you want this? I do believe that you have a lot of energy still left in you. Vitaly Laletin trying to find a lane where he can drive, and now he's driving. Now he is on the attacking side. Can Monster Michael Todd still defend from that position? Vitaly Laletin is now going in with the tricep press, but he still has 1 decimeter away from the pin pad. He does not have the tricep power necessary in order to press down Monster Michael Todd. Monster Michael Todd in his much more favorable position, and is now showing to the arm wrestling world that he is here to stay. How long can Vitaly Laletin stay on the burn? And he just pressed down Monster Michael Todd. Oh my goodness. Oh wow. Trying to talk through that one. Jesus. Oh no, that was given us a foul. Oh my goodness. Oh. But it still show that Vitaly Laletin's spirit is still alive and alive. What a way to end King of the Table 14. Having one of the most entertaining matches probably of the year. If this match continues in the fashion that he is doing, oh my goodness, I am so hyped to see what both men has to offer. But I have a feeling that Vitaly Laletin cannot keep his hand and wrist against somebody that is pronating as hard as Monster Michael Todd is doing in this particular match. Absolutely phenomenal stuff. Grip is now being set. And you can see that it's that blood on Vitaly Laletin's thumb there? I don't know. Maybe it is the angle, but right, the grip is now being set. And Monster Michael Todd shooting directly for his open style top roll. And Vitaly Laletin drives directly to the pin pad. Vitaly Laletin has millimeters away. He is millimeters away to getting into the pin. And Vitaly Laletin presses enough so Monster Michael Todd goes directly into the center pin or the plane. Maybe? I don't believe that is a pin. I have a feeling that was not a pin. Definitely, I don't know if they are checking if the pinky or the plane of the pinky is passing down through the plane of the pin pad. But it's really hard to see from these type of angles because they are slightly levitated in a downward angle. So it's a bit more difficult to see how that is being played up. But I have a feeling that they are gonna be continuing with that round, or if they are just gonna go full steam ahead in the match that they are gonna be doing. Round one yet again. They are not switching sides at all. But it seems like Vitaly Laletin has enough tricep power if he can just time the hits of that press. Or is it still? Yeah. 0-0. All right. Ladies and gentlemen. This is something that should be ending on East versus West. Monster Michael Todd versus Vitaly Laletin. This is the match that we have been waiting for, ladies and gentlemen. The grip is now being set. And Monster Michael Todd tried to shoot for the press, but was backing off. And now Vitaly Laletin is back on that press yet again. Vitaly Laletin, how long can you stay in that position and making sure that you are getting exactly what you need? Monster Michael Todd trying to adjust so Vitaly Laletin has nowhere else to go. Vitaly Laletin, how much do you want this match? And it seems like Monster Michael Todd is doing slow back.
The man's got a wide elbow.
It seems like Monster Michael Todd is a bit frustrated that his ginormous elbow is putting him in a huge amount of trouble. I don't know. Are they gonna restart that match again? Man, oh man, oh man. That is definitely not the match that Vitaly Laletin would have wanted to do, because He is probably gonna do a restart yet again. Man, oh man. I think Vitaly is gonna get a public episode from the PTSD that he got them from the career-ending death war that he had against Dave Chafee all those years ago. And you can see how much toll that is taken out of both men in this career-ending death war. Oh, goodness. Now this is one way that you can end a career-ending death war that is this match. And that is having a battle out of the ages. This almost reminds me of the battle between Zeus and Kratos from the God of War 3 game. Seems like Vitaly Laletin is trying to maybe pin. Oh. But it seems like Monster Michael Todd are trying to flash pin Vitaly Laletin all the way down to the pin pad. But that might backfire if Monster Michael Todd is not careful. That basically saying to the referees, but he false started. Come on. That is one way to say that. And we are getting directly into the straps yet again. Yet again. Let's see. Danilo F. Laletin. I don't know why I'm gonna be saying to that comment, brother. I don't know what to say about that. Basically getting as much of a tight strap as humanly possible. But I do believe that Vitaly Laletin knows exactly what he needs to do. But the only question is, how much of the tricep press does he possess in order to do that very fact? And Vitaly Laletin is shooting directly for the pin pad, does not even care that he has hand control. He is pushing as hard as he possibly can in order to press down Monster Michael Todd. Monster Michael Todd opening up the hand to make sure that he does not get pinned at all. Vitaly Laletin still clamping down on the hand and making sure that he is pressing Monster Michael Todd all the way down to the pin pad. How long can Vitaly Laletin stay in that position and not getting worn out by the awkward style that Monster Michael Todd is giving out to this particular match? And Vitaly Laletin tries everything in his power to keep himself pressing him down. And the pinky was passing down by the pin line. And Vitaly Laletin is your winner in that round as well. As you can see there on the... was very hard to see on that replay. But you could see that the fingers were passing down by the table or the plane of the pegs, or the plane of the pin pads. Once the fingers actually passed by the plane of the elbow, the pin pads, The pin was given to Vitaly Laletin, but this is a barn burner of the century, or at least this year. Both men are true warriors, and I am really blown away with how much heart they are putting into this match. Oh my, wow. Wow, 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 wow. Absolutely crazy stuff. But the question is now, can Monster Michael Todd get a win on the board against the giant himself, that is Vitaly Laletin? And for him to do this in the fashion that he is doing it is really phenomenal to see. But I think that the burn on Michael Todd's arm has reached a burning point in this case. Can Monster Michael Todd get something on the board? Many believed that Vitaly Laletin was gonna be dominant against Monster Michael Todd. But Monster Michael Todd showed exactly why he is here to stay. Both men seem to be having a great time, but at the same time, not at all. Can a Monster Michael Todd get something on the board? Was that a pin? Yeah, that is still. I don't think that passed. Maybe. Yeah, this is the angle. Maybe by that much, but hmm. Hmm. Full start being given to me. I'll take that.
win here and a great example of on Monster Michael Todd's part. If you froze after the first couple goes, I would tell you this undoubtedly will go in the Monster's favor. But make no mistake about it, Vitaly Laletin is not only the supreme left-handed champion of the world, but in my opinion, also one of the top 2 or 3 right-handed armsters
Hmm.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for the Eastern European champion and soon to be The super heavyweight left and right-handed champion one day. Make some noise for Vitaly.
And the score 3-0, but not in the fashion that people believed that the match was gonna go. What Michael Todd showed to the world that he can make huge amount of trouble for anybody out there.
Solid sport. Coming, sportsmanship coming from Monster Michael Todd. What a great effort there.
Absolutely crazy stuff here at King of the Table 14. Seems like the next man who is up against Levan Sagnashvili is Vitaly Laletin himself. But if that extra weight is gonna be helping him in his match against him, we just have to wait and see. But maybe he still wants to face Devon Larratt before. We just have to wait and see. Alright. It is basically midnight here at Sweden. But I'm gonna be writing a message to Elin Janeheim and just being really, really happy to her. Absolutely incredible. But
So left arm press Morozov, now right arm press with Michael, and in first round I can tell you you cannot beat him without a press.
that is a great quote from Vitaly Laletin. You cannot beat Michael Todd without a press.
We know that Levan Sagnashvili will face in Chicago, June 21st. What's his aspirations going forward? Who would you like to pull next?
Either Devon
Is it Devon
or
Sagnashvili?
Levan. Who is it gonna be?
Так как я думаю, что Ливан, скорее всего, в августе бороться не будет. Такой спортсмен. Но я хочу бороться. У меня есть небольшой счет. Есть такая говорящая голова, Деван Ларрат. Деван, you next.
You are next.
I think Devon will be in August, but there is a big talking cat. Devon, you will be next.
He wants Devon.
Gentlemen, put your hands together for this fabulous athlete, Vitaly Laletin.
Спасибо сказать организаторам соревнований. И попросить, чтобы они проводили как можно чаще такие прекрасные турниры, где выступали и получали вот такие позитивные эмоции. И еще, я не зря спрашивал у Майкла до этого, выиграл ли кто-то его без...
Thank you. Thank you for organizers for this beautiful event, making us happy every time. We get so much positive emotions. And like I said before with Michael when I was talking to him, that it's impossible to beat him out of straps and without a press.
Ladies and gentlemen, Vitaly Laletin with the win.
All right. Thank you to everybody that has been part of this live stream. It has been a real honor to host it for you all. So have a nice day, stay safe, don't be a surpuppa, and keep being awesome. Take care. And if you like the work that I've been doing here so far for all of you guys, please consider becoming a member. Your support is always highly appreciated. And subscribe, ring the bell for notification, and leave a like. Take care, guys.